Good morning, sir. Okay, all are set, sir. एक बार टेस्ट करके देख लो। लाइव चल रहा है? लाइव कर दिया? एक मिनट चेक कर लेता हूँ। डस्टर डस्टर डस्टर।
तू रख ले अपना फ़ोन, मैं अंदर रख देती हूँ, एक ही बहुत है। स्टार्टिंग नहीं है तो फिर मुझे Everyone, please maintain discipline. The chief guest is already here.
Kindly put your phones on silent mode and put them in your pockets. And please maintain discipline now.
वेलकम ऑफ गेस्ट तक तो आराधना शास्त्री ने और जब लैम्प जब लाइट करने के लिए बुलाएंगे ना उसके बाद बस ये बता देना कि आराधना शास्त्री भी आ रही है क्योंकि लैम्प में उनका नाम नहीं है लेकिन बाद में है प्लांटर में। हाँ मैं यार हम पोडियम पे खड़े हैं। गले में ना खराश थी। बोल दिया है।
बोल दिया। Please maintain discipline now.
थोड़ा सा ऐसे रख भाई। अबे अब तो यही रख लेना। हाँ क्या दे रहा है ले। तो कर चुके हैं। दोबारा बोल दो भाई। थैंक यू। बोल बोल के मुझे भी पढ़ा दी तूने। छोड़ भाई। भाई क्या बोला? ऑफिशियल वाला। हाँ हाँ ध्यान रखना जब लैम्प लाइट के लिए बुलाएंगे ना उसके बाद बता देना उससे पहले ना भी बता के चलेगा। ठीक है वो तो ठीक है।
All four are there. Okay. Sir. ठीक.
Tomorrow's consumers aren't waiting. They are already shaping the future. The real question is, are we ready to lead them where they are headed?
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of Lal Bahadur Shastri Institute of Management, Delhi, I, Shreya Bhandula,
And I, Chahat Kapoor,
first year PGDM students, feel immensely privileged to welcome all of you to this year's National Marketing Summit. It is both an honor and a delight to stand before this distinguished gathering of industry leaders, seasoned academicians, and dynamic students, all united by a shared passion for innovation and progress in the marketing domain.
the theme for this year's conference, Future of Marketing, Trends Shaping Tomorrow's Consumer Behavior, perfectly captures this dynamic interplay between technological advancements and evolving consumer expectations. Through today's discussion, we aim
जोर से
tomorrow's consumers aren't waiting. They are already shaping the future. The real question is, are we ready to lead them where they are headed?
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of Lal Bahadur Shastri Institute of Management, Delhi, I, Shreya Bhandula,
And I, Chahat Kapoor,
first year PGDM students, feel immensely privileged to welcome all of you to this year's National Marketing Summit. It is both an honor and a delight to stand before this distinguished gathering of industry leaders, seasoned academicians, and dynamic students, all united by a shared passion for innovation and progress in the marketing domain.
the theme of this year's conference, Future of Marketing, Trends Shaping Tomorrow's Consumer Behavior, perfectly captures this dynamic interplay between technological advancements and evolving consumer expectations. Through today's discussion, we aim to uncover how organizations can effectively navigate these trends to deliver not just products and services, but experiences that resonate deeply with their audiences.
Marketing is at a pivotal juncture where the only constant is change. The digital revolution, accelerated by cutting edge technologies like artificial intelligence, big data, and augmented reality, has transformed how brands connect with consumers. Simultaneously, shifts in societal values centered around sustainability, inclusivity, and ethical practices have challenged marketers to rethink traditional strategies and embrace a more purpose-driven approach.
In a world increasingly driven by personalization, automation, and ethical imperatives, marketing must go beyond mere communication. It must inspire action, build trust, and forge connections that stand the test of the time. It is this transformative power of marketing that we will delve into in today's course of sessions.
We believe that this conference will serve as a vital platform for exchanging ideas with some of the brightest minds in the field, exploring groundbreaking strategies that shape the future of marketing and fostering collaboration among professionals, educators, and aspiring marketers. Together, we aim to collectively redefine the art and science of connecting with consumers in a more meaningful and impactful way.
May I now kindly request everyone to rise for the LBSIM anthem. Thank you. Please be seated. At LBSIM, we proudly carry forward the legacy of late Sri Lal Bahadur Shastri Ji, the second Prime Minister of India. His values of integrity, humility, and service to the nation continue to inspire us in our academic and professional endeavors. It is a privilege to present a brief film on life and leadership of late Sri Lal Bahadur Shastri Ji, a man whose simplicity and honesty resonated with millions and who, through his leadership, built trust and connected deeply with the common people. His example continues to guide our institution as we navigate the complexities of today's world.
सत्ताईस मई 1964 पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू का निधन हो गया। देश गहरे विषाद में डूब गया। सभी के मन में एक ही सवाल था, कौन बनेंगे नए प्रधानमंत्री, कौन करेंगे इस महान सभ्यता का नेतृत्व।
आफ्टर नेहरू नेहरू के बाद कौन होगा, तो ये उनको इस बात का एहसास था। जब मुझसे पूछा गया कि इस कमी को दूर कैसे करेंगे, तो उन्होंने कहा कि पंडित जी ने अपने व्यक्तित्व की वजह से, टावरिंग पर्सनालिटी की वजह से, उन्होंने इस पद को शक्ति प्रदान की और मैं प्रयास करूंगा इस पद से शक्ति प्राप्त करने की, जिससे कि मैं देश की सेवा कर सकूं।
2 अक्टूबर 1904 के दिन काशी के पास मुगल सराय में जन्मे लाल बहादुर का पूरा व्यक्तित्व ही गांधीवाद का जीता जागता स्वरूप था।
उनकी सादगी, पहली बात तो धोती पहनते थे, ये आम आदमी को उससे बड़ा भरोसा हो जाता था कि हमारे जैसे है।
पिता की छत्र छाया बचपन में ही छिन गई थी। विधवा मां के साथ ननिहाल चले गए, वहीं पर परवरिश हुई। 1921 में जब स्वतंत्रता आंदोलन में कूद पड़े तो निष्ठा और दृढ़ता के प्रमाण मिलते चले गए। 17 वर्ष की आयु से स्वाधीनता तक लगभग 9 साल जेल में काटे। रहीमन हीरा कब कहे लाख टका मेरो मोल, पार्टी कार्य में उनकी निष्ठा से प्रभावित होकर नेहरू ने लाल बहादुर शास्त्री को रेल मंत्री नियुक्त किया। परंतु 1953 में घटी एक रेल दुर्घटना की नैतिक जिम्मेदारी लेते हुए शास्त्री जी ने मंत्रालय से इस्तीफा दे दिया।
उन्होंने वो इस्तीफा देकर राजनीति में नए मूल्यों की स्थापना की।
नेहरू जी के मंत्रिमंडल में कई विशिष्ट पदों पर अपनी छाप छोड़ते हुए वे गृह मंत्री नियुक्त हुए। 9 जून 1964 पंडित नेहरू के निधन के बाद स्वयं पंडित नेहरू के चहेते लाल बहादुर शास्त्री ने भारत के दूसरे प्रधानमंत्री का पदभार संभाला। कुल 4 शब्दों में उस मृदुभाषी व्यक्ति ने देश को एक नारा दिया, जय जवान जय किसान।
उन्होंने उस समय इस बात का एहसास कर लिया था, देश के अंदर हमें अपने जो भंडार है अनाज के उन्हें पूरा भर देना है और एक जो भारत के गौरव और गरिमा को देश विश्व में खड़ा कर देना है, वो अगर संभव है तो जवानों और किसानों की जय जयकार करने से ही है।
Lal Bahadur Shastri, Prime Minister of India, speaking on Independence Day in 1965.
हम हथियारों का जवाब हथियारों से दें।
5 सितंबर 1965 पाकिस्तान ने भारत के खिलाफ खुली जंग का ऐलान कर दिया। जवाब में भारतीय सेना पंजाब से सीमा पार कर गई। जब तक संयुक्त राष्ट्र की पहल पर युद्ध विराम हुआ, तब तक भारत की सेनाएं पाकिस्तानी सेना पर हावी हो चुकी थी।
वो किसी के दबाव में आने वाले व्यक्ति नहीं थे। जब ऐसी घटना होती है तो बहुत ज्यादा अंतर्राष्ट्रीय दबाव होते हैं। अगर आप दब गए तो झुक जाएंगे, वो नहीं दबे। लेकिन फिर शायद दोनों देशों की भलाई सोचकर वो युद्ध विराम पर राजी हो गए।
10 जनवरी 1966 ताशकंद। जिन आदर्शों के नैतिक बल का मजा वो पाकिस्तान को चखा चुके थे, आज उन्हीं आदर्शों की उदारता से उन्होंने समझौते के कागजात पर दस्तखत कर दिए। लेकिन अभी समझौते के दस्तावेज पर स्याही सूखी भी न थी कि उसी रात शास्त्री जी को दिल का दौरा पड़ा और उनकी मृत्यु हो गई। गांधी जी ने कहा था कि शत्रु का दिल जीतना ही वास्तविक जीत है। सुदूर ताशकंद में जब स्वर्गीय लाल बहादुर शास्त्री को कोसिजिन के साथ साथ खुद जनरल अयूब खान ने कंधा दिया, तो लगा जैसे शास्त्री जी बापू के फलसफे को चरितार्थ कर दुनिया से रुखसत हो गए थे। लाल बहादुर शास्त्री केवल 18 महीनों तक भारत के प्रधानमंत्री रहे, लेकिन अपने प्रधानमंत्रित्व के छोटे से कार्यकाल में शास्त्री जी ने भारत के हर नागरिक के कानों में आत्मसम्मान और आत्मबल का मंत्र फूंक दिया था। अपने व्यक्तित्व से उन्होंने निष्काम कर्म और पुरुषार्थ की वो मिसाल कायम की कि उनकी गिनती भारतीय इतिहास के सर्वोच्च महापुरुषों में होती है।
The conference will explore key topics such as harnessing technological advancements, integrating sustainability and inclusivity into marketing strategies, and leveraging data-driven insights to meet the evolving expectations of tomorrow's consumers. We are confident that today's discussions will provide valuable insights, equipping us to navigate the challenges and opportunities in the rapidly changing marketing landscape. Upholding the proud tradition of LBSIM, we now invite our esteemed guests to join us in lighting the ceremonial lamp as we pay homage to the late Sri Lal Bahadur Shastri Ji, whose values continue to inspire us. I request today's chief guest, Mr. Rajesh Srivastav, special guest, Mr. Mudit Shastri, guest of honor, Ms. Sumeet Singh, guest of honor, Mr. Prashant Sinha, Director LBSIM, Professor Praveen Gupta, Summit Convener Dr. Samant Shantpriya, Chief Administrative Officer Colonel Ajay Sood, and President Management Grid Mr. Ghansham Agarwal to kindly come on stage. May I now request all dignitaries to take their seats on the stage.
We now request Professor Praveen Gupta, Director, LBSIM, to kindly welcome our chief guest, Mr. Rajesh Srivastav, with the planter. We now request Dr. Rekha Gupta to welcome our special guest, Mr. Mudit Shastri ji, with the planter. We now request Dr. Mansi Gupta to welcome our guest of honor, Ms. Sumeet Singh, with the planter. We now request Dr. Mohit Lohani to welcome our guest of honor, Mr. Prashant Sinha, with the planter. We now request Dr. Gitanjali Sahi to welcome Ms. Aradhna Shastri with the planter. We also extend a warm welcome to all distinguished guests, accomplished professionals, respected academicians, and esteemed members of the media. We look forward to a day enriched with thought-provoking discussions, valuable collaborations, and insightful exchanges.
Moving forward, I would now like to take this opportunity to invite Professor Praveen Gupta, Director LBSIM, to deliver the welcome address and officially declare today's National Marketing Summit open. Please, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Chief guest for today's National Marketing Summit, Shri Rajesh Srivastav ji, Chief Communication Officer, Nissan Motors India. Our very own Shri Mudit Shastri ji, Senior General Manager, Government Business, Havells India. Guest of honor for today, Ms. Sumit Singh, Chief Marketing Officer, Info Edge. Guest of honor for today, Shri Prashant Sinha, Executive Director, PwC. My faculty colleagues, Dr. Samant Shantpriya, and conference convener for today, and Dr. S.K. Tyagi, Head Placements, and also faculty from marketing area. Mrs. Aradhna Shastri, Colonel Ajay Sood, my faculty colleagues from admin, the organizing team, and dear students. It is indeed a proud privilege for all of us as we are having the inaugural session for National Marketing Summit titled Future of Marketing, Trends Shaping Tomorrow's Consumer Behavior. I also convey the blessings and greetings from our chairman, Shri Anil Shastriji, on this occasion. I welcome all the dignitaries on dais for sparing their valuable time and to be here to share their vast experience with our faculty and students. Every domain of management is undergoing change, and for that matter, marketing also. I just quote, which I read about Dr. Philip Kotler. You know, his first book in marketing management was published 63 years ago. And today we are honored to have a 16th edition. So he says, and I just share with you his opinion. He says, I have to reinvent every 2-3 years to remain relevant in the area of marketing. And that is how he says with pride that I learn and relearn and sometime unlearn also the concepts of marketing. The society shapes the marketing. This is my view. There are so many changes are taking place, and we have a very apt topic today, Future of Marketing, Trends Shaping Tomorrow's Consumer Behavior. I will just share some of the trends which may shape marketing and the consumer behavior in times to come. I have the whole lot of dignitaries and experts from various domains, so they will be sharing their experience. You see, some trends I'll say. What is the average age in India? Average age is below 30. Average age in India is considered to be young. Average age in China maybe between 35 and 40. Average age in some of the developed nations is 44, 45, 47. And what is the life expectancy? Some of the developed nations like Japan, it is beyond 83. In India, despite so many challenges, the life expectancy has grown in last 50 years, and we are going beyond 67. So longevity and better health and fitness. So I think health, care, fitness, these things will be one of the major areas in marketing. Then marketing loyalty programs. Say 3 out of 5 people are enjoying the loyalty programs. So loyalty programs will definitely shape the marketing efforts of the companies. Another very important, the temperatures are rising, though Delhi is very cold, and prediction is it will remain cold for a few days. Temperatures are rising. So sustainability and green marketing will be one of the major issues. So green marketing, sustainability, recyclability, and the natural product and organic product, eco-friendly products, these will be the areas which will draw attention of marketers as well as the consumers. And then generative AI will play a significant role in terms of marketing efforts. But with the, as Western world defines Gen X, Gen Z, and millennials, let me also say, typically 10 or 15 big cities in India, or metros we call, they show the modern behavior in terms of consumption. They may be equivalent to millennials in the Western world. So what they are looking forward to in terms of marketing and the products, they want simplification of their issues. So problem solving will be major, you can say, area of focus for marketing companies. People are looking forward to simplifying my lifestyle, problem solving, and the convenience and the smart functions. So these are some of the areas where people are expecting more and more efforts from marketing. And then direct to consumer, right? We had the advent of e-commerce 10 years ago, and very smartly e-commerce has moved to quick commerce, right? So people expect things to be delivered in, somebody said 20 minutes, and now companies are claiming 10 minutes also. So these are some of the challenges, and corporates, marketing companies, they have to gear up their resources to serve consumer as they wish and as they want. So these are some of the trends, and with these words, I set the motion for today's National Marketing Summit. Once again, I extend a warm welcome to all the dignitaries on dais for giving their valuable time to us. And I feel the panel 1 discussion and panel 2, so a lot of things to come in the day. Once again, I congratulate the organizing team for putting us great effort in organizing. I congratulate and wish all the students who are here, and it will be a good learning for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for those inspiring words. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Saman Chand Priya, conference convener, to apprise us of the theme of this year's conference.
Thank you very much, MCs. Good morning, everyone. Distinguished guests, speakers, faculty colleagues, and students. As the convener for this year's Marketing Summit, it's my absolute pleasure to welcome you all to the National Marketing Summit at LBSIM Delhi. This year's theme, Future of Marketing Trends Shaping Tomorrow Consumer Behavior, speaks directly to the times we live in. Before we begin, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our chairman, Mr. Anil Shastri, for his constant encouragement and visionary guidance, which makes summits like this possible. A warm thank you to our chief guest, Mr. Rajesh Srivastav, and our guests of honor, Ms. Sumit Singh, Mr. Prashant Sinha, for taking the time to join us and share their invaluable perspectives. And last but not the least, a special thank you to Mr. Madhu Shastri ji for his gracious presence today. It truly elevates this occasion. All right, as we reflect on today's theme, we see marketing evolving faster than ever. Gen Z, and more recently, Alpha Zen, the new word that has come, is tech-savvy outlook, value-driven decisions, and demand for authenticity is reshaping how brands engage with them. Simultaneously, advancements in AI and data analytics are unlocking remarkable opportunities for personalization, but also raising crucial question about privacy and trust. These are not just the trends to observe, they are challenges as well as opportunities we must shape together. We begin with the inaugural session, where our remarkable line of speakers will share their invaluable insights into the forces reshaping and redefining consumer behavior. This will be followed by two engaging panel discussions on one, personalization and privacy is striking the right balance. This session will explore how brands can deliver personalized experience without compromising on trust in the world of growing digital ethics and data regulation. Panel discussion 2, which is themed as Gen Z and Future of Marketing, will dive into Gen Z's unique traits and how brands can connect authentically with the purpose-driven generations. Before closing, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Ms. Aradhna Shastriji, to the faculty colleagues, especially the marketing area colleagues, for their unwavering support to the summit. A heartfelt thank to non-teaching staff members ably led by Colonel Ajay Sood for their seamless efforts behind the scene. A special thanks to Management Grid, the Marketing Club Genesis, and the Public Relations Club of LBSIM for their valuable contributions. To our incredible student volunteers, your energy, commitment, and hard work have been instrumental to make this summit possible. As we begin, let's remember the future of marketing is not waiting. It is already here, and it is our job to shape it up. Let's approach today with curiosity, enthusiasm, and collaborative spirit. Together, we have the opportunity to exchange ideas, challenge perspectives, and shape the future of marketing in a very meaningful way. My request to the panel members and dignitaries, we will try to cover the time loss what we had in the beginning of it. Thank you, God bless, and here is to an inspiring Marketing Summit 2024. Thank you very much. God bless all.
Thank you so much, sir. We are all looking forward to the enriching discussions lined up ahead. We welcome Mr. Rajesh Srivastav, an accomplished business and brand strategist, as our chief guest today. With over 2 decades of experience in this dynamic world of sales and marketing, Mr. Rajesh has established himself as a visionary leader in strategy formulation, brand management, and innovative marketing solutions. Currently, he leads the brand and marketing communications team at Nissan Motor India, where he has been instrumental in driving the company's market presence and revenue growth through cutting-edge digital marketing and precision campaigns. His expertise extends to product launches, media planning, and reputation management, demonstrating his comprehensive understanding of market dynamics. Through his career, Mr. Rajesh has been a part of prestigious organizations including Nissan Motor Corporation, Seat Tires Limited, Ford Motor Company, Honda Motorcycle and Scooter India Private Limited, and other prestigious organizations. Renowned as a storyteller and a keynote speaker, Mr. Rajesh blends professional excellence with a passion for sharing insights, making him an inspiration to many. We eagerly look forward to his thoughts and perspectives today. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our distinguished chief guest, Mr. Rajesh, to deliver the inaugural address. Please, sir.
Very good morning. A very blessed morning to you all present here. It is an honor for me to hear. I thank Professor Praveenji, Dr. Samant, Dr. Milind, and to the entire faculty and to the management for inviting me, and it is a great honor for me being here. Looking at the topic, which is on marketing, it is one of the exciting topic for me to discuss. And looking at the kind of panelists or the other guests we have today, looking at their expertise, their experience, I'm confident that there is going to be a great discussion and a session for you, which can be a quite encouraging and engaging session for all of us to learn and understand. On the topic, when I look at my objective today will be to discuss more on why the marketing landscape is continuously changing, so that when we know the why, then the next question starts how. Because once you know the why, otherwise you will keep shooting in the dark. What works for brand A may not work for brand B. It is very important because every brand has its own strengths and weaknesses. They have their own domain expertise. Hence, it is very important for a brand to understand who you are, where you are, and whom you are targeting. Once you know why, then it will be very easy for a brand to work on how. And why I'm saying so, academics can be taught a lot better than by faculty because I'm not that great. I also learned a lot from institute and colleges. What I can share with you is the real case example, what we face today. As a marketeer, you always have limited budgets. You always have challenges in hand. Hence, for a marketeer, it is very important to understand why and then look at how we can actually look at those challenges and come up with some solutions. Looking at this trends shaping tomorrow's consumer behavior, I'll just talk one point. For any brand or any organization, it is very important to stay relevant. And when for a brand we say it is very important to stay relevant, it is very important, like Dr. Praveen was talking about, society shapes marketing. I would say marketing also shapes society. And we have seen marketing has changed culture and culture changed marketing because it is vice versa. What you see today is something which is very difficult to do. Tomorrow that may become a trend. And that is very common. So for brand, which is called as a promise, whatever you say, you deliver. Then again you make a promise, then again you deliver, and you build a trust over a period of time. So for any brand to stay relevant, it is very important how you are doing that continuous change and you are staying relevant. And I will just share a case. You look at, it is just a raw sketch, just for your education purpose. If I look at a particular category, and I have divided that category into two verticals, one is portability, and second is multifunctionality. So in that portability and multifunctionality, you can look at few brands or few categories which were there, which were present. Pager, MP3 player, video game console, analog cell phone. Pager in India came somewhere in 95 when I was in college, intermediate, 12, 10+2. And it got a boom somewhere in 2000. Today, pager, if you look at, is nowhere. It was also a communication device. If you look at portability and multifunctionality, it was the lowest. There are a few more categories which are there in this telecommunication or in multimedia. Digital camera, flat screen TV, desktop TV, laptop PC. The point is, the brand and the category, they have to keep evolving themselves, looking at how they are remain competitive. I have just drawn this into two verticals, portability multifunctionality. Then comes to smartphone. There can be iPad, tab, all that can come. What happens if you look at this? This happens. What is called is convergence. All this multimedia, pager, video game, console, all that converge towards desktop PC or towards laptop. Digital camera converges towards smartphones. Flat screen also converges towards PC and then towards mobile. What it tells us, if your product is not staying relevant, somebody else will come and it will eat you. So in marketing or in corporate world, it is called have breakfast or be breakfast. Either you eat or somebody else will eat you. And how you will do it, because you have to stay relevant. This is one category. Similarly, other category will also, you can see that they will evolve. And there will always be convergence which will keep happening. Something which is far from your category, in some time they may become a mainstream and they might be your competition. For example, another category I will just talk. On television, there used to be Doordarshan. Then cable TV came in, which is a cord. Then DTH came in. Then smart TV with Wi-Fi came in. OTT came in. And now CTVs came in. As a TV channel, if you are managing a brand like TV channel, have you ever thought your competition will be a OE manufacturer like LG or Samsung? So today when you are exposed with the advertisement on your TV set, how you know it is coming from advertiser through a OE fitted, which I say the TV ad is coming on LG, Samsung, or it is coming through your channel, be it be Star Plus or Sony? Because it is always talked about the targeting. I can do targeting through TV for only 65-inch TV sets, smart TV with Wi-Fi connected, only in metro market or only in Delhi. That is possible. My ad will be served only in those households which has Samsung TV 65-inch in Delhi. And I will not go to any TV channel. And my ad will be served as you open your home screen. I'm not going to DTH operator. So the point is, you have to stay relevant, stay competitive as a brand. And you being the future leaders of tomorrow, you have to evolve your thinking. And why I'm trying to share this, because in panel discussion, looking at the expertise we have, the domain experts we have with us, they will be talking a lot about how the marketing landscape is changing. As I said, I'm trying to establish why. Another example I will share from automotive industry, and that is what the interesting discussion we were having today morning over tea and coffee. How automobile industry is changing. Today you have one, or maybe before today I will just discuss. Indian auto industry was used to have two kind of cars, either small car or big car. Higher the money, bigger the car. Correct? If you investing 10 lakh, bigger car, 15 lakh, much bigger car. We call it lambi is new ऊंची. जो लंबी है वो नई ऊंची है. पहले लंबी गाड़ी को लोग बिलीव करते थे, कार मीन्स कार, बड़ी होनी चाहिए. अभी लोग कार नहीं बोलते, अभी बोलते हैं ऊंची होनी चाहिए. Taller the car, bigger the car. But that is also changing. If you look at how things are evolving in automobile as a car, you have fuel, which is petrol. There are alternate fuel where things are working, where there is CNG, there is EV, hybrid, multiple engine options brands are working. Then, just talking about these dots, you never know who will be your competition. Will it be a OE manufacturer, or will it be something else who you have not thought about? So for example, in metro market, the cab providers are increasing, correct? Subscription model is increasing. Rather than owning a car, people subscribing car, so that you are not owning. There is a limit defined in metro market like Delhi, 10 years. So you have to amortize your cost. So you want to own a car or you want to subscribe a car. Or you don't want a car. As and when needed, I will book a car and I will use as and when needed. 5 required, then I will book a small car. 7, then as per 7-seater, I will order as per my need. Even future autonomous cars are coming. So a lot is happening. As a OE, as a brand, you have to see what is the future, how you do scenario planning, and why this is changing, so that you stay relevant. When we say why this is changing, there are few basics you have to understand. One is changing customer mindset, change in lifestyle. Change in lifestyle, change things. For example, we used to say a retailer has a competition with a organized retailer. Organized retailer got a competition from e-commerce website like Amazon. Today, you have even much more stiff competition with brands like Zepto or even Blinkit. It is like he's standing next to your door. You order, they just ring a bell. So the point is how a brand, how your competition will change and evolve, and what new marketing and offering you have to keep evolving so that you stay relevant as a brand. Because relevancy is very important. Change in communication in media vehicle. Yesterday, we used to talk about horizontal ads because it was largely given on your TV sets or on newspaper. That 16:9 has changed to 9:16. Do you know this? Advertising. Because consumers are consuming ads not on 19:16 horizontal TV screen versus vertical screen, which is mobile. And on 9:16, how your communication is going to be more effective, because that 42-inch or 65-inch versus that 6-7 inch is very different. And in that 6-inch, you have to see how your communication stay relevant. You are giving your messaging so precise, so direct, so that again, you do what the objective is. Change in economy and environmental change. And this change, to be very honest, looking at the way the things are moving, in future it is going to be even faster. So the point is, for a brand, it is very important to understand 3 things. One is know your customer, know your market, and know yourself as a brand, as a product, as an offering. And once you know these things, know your brand, know your product, know your competition, know your market, then it is very important, one question to define, where we are today. I am a TV brand. I have a TV channel, be it be Aaj Tak or be it be G News. What we are today. And second point, very important, where we want to go tomorrow or where we want us to be tomorrow. Once these 2 points are done, and it is even for your career, where we are today and where we want us tomorrow. And third point, which is the most important, because it is full of noise, full of clutter, that is, where is our room to play? Where you want to operate as a brand? You want to be in e-commerce? You want to be in organized retailing? or where you want to be and where you want to play. Because in marketing, we always talk about 5 Ps, 7 Ps. Important is the only 2 Bs. One is brand and second is business. And how these two are managed well. A brand cannot survive until unless they have a very strong business case. And we have seen big brands, they die because they don't have a strong business case. And for business, they will not be having a profitable business until unless they have a very strong brand. Because you may have a very strong business case, but you may not survive long because you don't have a very strong brand. Because brand gives you a power to charge more, earn more, price more. And how price more? You can see Apple versus other brands. Another classic case you can see. All sitting in this room must be having a mobile. They must be having an account. But I am 100% sure very few people will be having the app of their bank for payments. They will be using an alternate app for payments, be it Paytm, Google Pay, or Airtel Pay, or any other app. What it tells us, if you don't eat, have breakfast or be breakfast. Second, what I was trying to say, a payment bank, a payment operator like bank never thought that a brand like Airtel will be their competition through Airtel payments. So this competition, definition of competition is changing. And this is evolving very fast. The convergence will happen, new category will evolve, and there will be few who will collapse if they don't stay relevant. And that is where product, price, place, promotion, all the P's, that is very important. And how you have to see, we stay relevant with these 2 B's, business and brand. And they keep working together as a strategy. If we keep doing that, that will continue brand to keep moving and stay relevant, stay ahead. That is what I wanted to share. I'm open if you have any question. Any question? Please. So if I understand it well, you are saying, do they have brand any possibility to generate their own content rather than depending on media like TV, is it? Okay. Very correct. And very good point. That is also evolving. There are 4 types of media which I personally categorize. Paid, owned, earned, and shared. Paid media is, what you are talking is TV, is one of the example. TV, print, radio, all is paid. Owned media is something which you are talking about opportunity to grow. Owned media is what? Your own website, your own social handles, your own network, and it is big. For example, if I talk about my own platform, if I have a dealership in a particular town, minimum frontage is somewhere 50 to 60 feet, minimum. 60 feet front, 20 feet height, 100 square, what is it? 1000 square feet. अगर मैं 1000 स्क्वायर फीट की तो होर्डिंग को जो आपको दिल्ली एनसीआर में मिलेगी ही नहीं. In Delhi NCR, one hoarding size of 200 square feet costs you somewhere 5 lakh to 6 lakh rupees. So you have big real estate, which is called front facade. And that is why you can see on dealership, even on malls, they use their front facade for branding. Now coming to your question, that how, rather than depending on TV, your own media can be done. That is where the opportunity is. In India, the digital media is increasing, and digital media is largely on own media. When you are doing promotion on Meta, you are doing promotion which is called ORM, online reputation management. In online reputation management is more of digital media, and a way ahead, I will say, but rather than digital media, is mobile advertising, digital versus mobile. So mobile first as a strategy where you can do a lot. For example, I take example of this institute. If you want to target professionals, you can do a very strong marketing on LinkedIn, because that is where your audience is. That is where you can target their management development program or other kind of educational program. So there are multiple ways where promotion can be done through own media, your website, your own your social accounts, your online reputation management, your influencer program, and that is what the marketing landscape is changing. No more it is just going to be TV. I hope I answered. Any other question? Yes, please.
Good morning, sir. As you mentioned, we need a good product to market, first of all. But in a price-sensitive market like India, let's take the example of automobile itself, where a brand like Maruti is offering a cheaper product. Then how do you market a premium product when customers are looking for cheaper options rather than the quality itself?
Very good question, but I would not go to any specific brand.
Sorry
Your question tells a lot about answer itself. But good question. When you say cheap, India, and that is where the challenge is. India is not a cheap market. India is price sensitive market. People are looking for value for money. Correct? So if you look at even on handset, again I will say in this room, if you look at how many people using economical handset versus a respectable price band handset. So Indian consumer look at more of value for money rather than cheap product. If cheap has been the case, तो Tata Nano कभी बंद नहीं होती. Correct? And when it comes to car is always seen as a status symbol. And nobody want to buy a cheap car. That is why Maruti 800 also closed. They are not selling it. That is, EOP is done, end of product. What does this mean? किसी भी country में जैसे जैसे economy increase करती है और per capita increase happen, per capita income is increasing, the demand for branded product will increase and unbranded product will go down. Correct? So if you look at people wearing branded shoe, branded shirt, branded wristwatch or other thing, why it is happening? Because per capita income is increasing. So that is one piece. And just to answer your question, that is not the case. If you look at in India, the demand for B SUV and B category is more than A category. If you look at 100 vehicles are sold, out of 100 vehicles, 50 vehicles are B and B hatch, B SUV. So the B category है, that is growing, not A category. A category is continuously dropping. Correct? तो आप उसको देखिए, इसीलिए आपको गाड़ी जब आप रोड पे देखेंगे, आपको B जो SUV हैं, वो ज़्यादा दिख रही हैं. और ये इवॉल्व होती रहेगी, जैसे जैसे पर कैपिटा इनकम इंक्रीज करेगी, हो सकता है फ्यूचर में सी कैटेगरी ज़्यादा इंक्रीज करे. तो फॉर योर इंफॉर्मेशन, आफ्टर बी द नेक्स्ट कैटेगरी विच इज इंक्रीजिंग इज सी.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think I took more time than allotted, but it was nice discussion. Thank you.
Sir, we sincerely thank you for sharing such enlightening and thought-provoking insights. Your address has provided us with deeper understanding of the subject and inspired meaningful reflections. Now, it is an honor to introduce Mr. Mudit Shastri, a visionary leader and a result-oriented professional with over 18 years of rich and diverse experience across business strategy, government channel development, B2B and retail sales and operations management. Currently leading the government vertical at Havells India, Mr. Mudit has built a reputation for cultivating strong networks with government and corporate clients, cultivating strong networks, managing high-performing teams, and delivering measurable results. His deep expertise spans business strategy, market analysis, and P&L optimization, making him a sought-after strategist in the corporate world. Beyond his corporate achievements, he carries forward his family's illustrious legacy with immense pride. He serves as a board member of the Lal Bahadur Shastri Educational Society, a trustee of the Lal Bahadur Shastri National Memorial Trust, and advisor to Lal Bahadur Shastri Polytechnic, Manda, and a member of the Indo-Uzbek Friendship Society. A recipient of prestigious honors like LG Citizen Award and an award from MTS India, Mr. Mudit is celebrated for his excellence in training, leadership, and sales impact. He is also a proud alumni of LBSIM, Sri Venkateshwar College, University of Delhi, and St. Columbus School, New Delhi. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Mudit, who brings with him a wealth of knowledge, a legacy of excellence, and an unwavering commitment to education, leadership, and innovation. Please, sir.
Good morning, everyone. First, I would like to give an example of a very poor internal marketing case, where while a brilliant introduction of mine was being given and all of you were clapping, I could see my wife shaking her head for most of the points that were mentioned here. So that shows a clear case of failure of internal marketing from my side, where I have not been able to convince her of most of the achievements that were mentioned here, because when they mentioned P&L optimization, so she was like thinking of the way I plan the holidays or way I do my shopping, and she is absolutely against the concept of not shopping during discounts, and I am somebody who doesn't like to shop during discounts because there's a lot of crowd. So clear-cut failure of on my side. So good morning to all the students here, respected dais members, Mr. Srivastav, Dr. Gupta, and all the esteemed guests present here. A very special thank you to all the organizers and all the helpers who are present there everywhere. It's always a pleasure coming to Lal Bahadur Shastri Institute of Management. It is, of course, I am an alumnus from here, and I passed out in 2006, and at that time we were studying at the RK campus. And to see the institute reaching from there till this level is an unbelievable experience. Of course, I have been coming here since 1995, when the first batch was started. And this campus holds a very special heart, a special place in our heart for our entire family, because most of you won't know that I met my wife in this institute as well. She is also an alumnus, and we met in 2004, during our classes in the RK campus. Surprisingly, my eldest brother, Adarsh Shastri, and his wife, Monica Shastri, also met at the RK campus, and they also eventually got married. And they, of course, both of them are also studying in the institute. My second brother, who's my middle brother, I'm the youngest one, Mr. Lagan Shastri, he is from IIM Bangalore. Somehow, coincidentally, he also met his wife here in one of the marketing conferences which were being held in the RK campus, and Bhabhi had come with her parents, and just to attend the conference, and you know how it happened. So they met and eventually they got married. So, and I will proudly tell the people present here, they are the guests here, that the tradition doesn't hold just true the Shastri family. Every year we have innumerable students who get married from passing out from this campus. So not just second year, it happens between first year, second year also. It happens between the boy being a first year student, girl being a second year student, and vice versa. And fortunately, it is still stuck between boys and girls. Maybe in the future it might happen otherwise also. But as of now, it is stuck with boys and girls only. So as I was saying, that it is always a pleasure coming here, and it is an amazing feeling to be here. And I would like to thank the institute for inviting me over, and I would like to thank everybody who's present here. So few things I would like to mention as I was talking about failure of internal marketing. So I will give you some cases of marketing which I understand from my perspective. See, I'm a typical salesperson. I'm a B2B sales guy. I started my career with 3 years of distribution business in Vodafone. From there, I was shifted to B2B, and since 15, 16 years, I've been into B2B, and I've done B2B sales all through my life. I've risen from area sales manager to ZM, then regional manager, then national manager. Now I was in LG Electronics before this. I was heading the government vertical. Now I'm in Havels. I'm again doing similar kind of business there. So I've been working all through in B2B. So my experience comes from that aspect of the business. But what I've observed and what I understand from marketing is what I will try to explain it to you. And I don't have a presentation. As I said, I'm a sales guy, and most of you will eventually become salespeople and understand that sometimes we struggle with Excels and slides. So I will talk, and I hope you guys can take some of the things that I share with you. So maybe 2 years back, we had we have this lecture, Lal Bahadur Shastri Memorial Lecture every year on Shastriji's death anniversary. And a few years back, we had Shri Ravi Shankar coming to one of the lectures. And I was giving the introduction to him. So before the introduction, I was sitting and having a chat with him. So in one of the discussions, he mentioned very nicely and very, very aptly that Vishnu Bhagwan को कृष्ण भगवान की लाइफ एंजॉय करने के लिए भी एक बार श्री राम की लाइफ जीनी पड़ी. So Shri Ram, who was Maryada Purushottam, he made a lot of sacrifices as against Krishna ji, who had an amazing childhood eating butter and all those things and then getting married to 85,000 women. So to reach that level, Vishnu ji had to do the sacrifices of Shri Ram Bhagwan. Now to think about it, imagine the marketing pitch Shri Ram has, that we have created about Shri Ram, that he is Maryada Purushottam. He is the greatest man the universe has ever seen. And that pitch has not been created by him. It has been created by generations of people that have come after him. And now if we talk about Shri Ram, we only talk about his standard of living, the way he maintained his dignity, the way he carried himself, and everything is perfect about him, which I'm sure was. But the point is that there are many people who might be even more perfect than him, but we all talk about Shri Ram. So that's the way a pitch was created, and it has carried on for eras and centuries, and maybe I don't know how long it will carry on. So that is the kind of a pitch that has to be created when you talk about marketing. So if you come a little closer, we talk about Shri Lal Bahadur Shastri ji. So when we talk about Shri Lal Bahadur Shastri ji, so he was, of course, a freedom fighter. Then he became a minister. He was in the PMO. Then he was a railway minister. Then he became a prime minister. So now understand. Now I failed, as I mentioned, in my internal marketing with my wife. But understand how he was in his internal marketing. Of course, it was not his agenda, but that's how it became. That's how it happened for him. So during when Nehru ji died in 1964, it was around, and he was about to become, like, the Congress party had to choose who will become the Prime Minister of India. So that time, there was a discussion between a high probability of Gujarilal Nanda becoming the Prime Minister or Morarji Desai becoming the Prime Minister. Shastri ji's name was not doing the rounds at that point of time. During the course of the discussion and during the voting that was supposed to take place in the Congress party, one of the key kingmakers at that time, Shri Kamaraj, who was the Congress president, proposed Shastri ji's name during the Congress Working Committee meeting. And during that meeting, the moment his name was proposed, Gujarilal Nanda withdrew, saying that I cannot beat Shastri ji. And Morarji Desai, of course, he was more senior, so he couldn't accept that he couldn't beat Shastri ji. So he said that if Shastriji's name is put on the table, I will withdraw because he is more deserving, he is more popular, and he is more honest than me. So imagine that is the kind of internal marketing he created for himself that was so impactful that even his competitors withdrew their names. So that is the kind of internal marketing he had to create. And that was not his agenda, but it happened because of his hard work and effort that he had put in the system. Now you guys will start working very soon, maybe in a year or 2 years in some big corporates and startups. The biggest challenge all of you will face is internal marketing. How you portray yourself, how you market yourself amongst your team members, amongst your colleagues, your reportees, your bosses, your senior inter-department people. And that is very important to remember, how you can create an internal marketing environment for all yourselves, or everybody, because we all are at the end of the day, small marketeers of us first. Then we have to think about other aspects of marketing. Now again, if you talk about Shastriji's, I was talking about internal marketing. Now we'll talk about external marketing. Now we were listening to the fantastic anthem created by the institute. I think it's brilliant. I was part of it, but this is when we were forming it, I was part of the discussions, and we had made some notes and discussed it. But this is by chance the first time I have attended and listened to the anthem, and I had goosebumps all through, and I think all of us must be very proud of listening to the anthem. So in that anthem, the most stunning part is the way he says, or where they sing Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan. And so imagine in 1965, when Shastriji in 1964 when he became the PM, and when in 1965 the Pakistan war started, Indo-Pak war, we had just come off from a embarrassing loss against China in 1962 during Nehruji's tenure, and the entire country's pride and ego was deflated. We were looking at a situation where we might lose to Pakistan as well, and he came up with a slogan, Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan, which resonates with the people of India even today. All of us might not be related to a Kisan or a Jawan, but even today, when we hear Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan, we feel, yes, it is related to us, because all of us know that today we are sleeping with peace because there are Jawans at the border, and we are eating with complete fulfillment because Kisans are working for us. So that kind of a slogan that he started, Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan, had such an impact that even after 60 years of it coming in the picture, we remember it, we feel proud of it, and we relate to it. So that is the impact a right slogan can create, a right term can create, and a right word can create. So we need to understand how we can create an impact that is lasting and everlasting and doesn't change over a period of time. It is tough, and very few such things happen. I'm sure Shastriji didn't have a marketeer, it came from his heart, but imagine the way they thought and the conviction he had when he talked about it. So if you talk about marketing, what I understand from my sales perspective, and what I've always believed is the right way, is that it's basically identifying a product or a service which has to be sold. So that is the first step. If I have to market something, I need to know which product to sell or which service to sell. And then I need to identify, my target audience, whom I have to sell. And then, you create a need, or you identify the need. First you identify the need, and then you create a need. And after that you adopt a marketing pitch. And then you ensure the longevity of the pitch, how I talked about Jai Jawan and Shri Ram. And then, then you ensure there's a recall to it, that every time we talk about it, there's a recall to it. It has a recall value to it. A marketing pitch, if it doesn't have a recall value, if you are a B2B person and if you are talking to a customer, that's also a marketing pitch. And when he thinks about a requirement that comes to his office, and he doesn't think about your company or you as an individual, then you're failing in the marketing pitch. So that marketing pitch has to be having some kind of a recall value. And then you have to deliver it via the right medium. If it is a B2C setup, you might do it via online, via social media, via BTL, ATL. If it's a B2B setup, it will be mostly direct, one-on-one, or maybe via some emailers or via some other mediums. So one very, very special example of, another example that I always give is of marketing, is most of us will relate to it, is that we all have, a group of friends of 4, 5, 6, 7 friends. And everybody has a friend who looks very decent. He might be the most naughtiest guy or the girl in the group, but he will always look very decent. So we had a very good friend, he still is there, he's a very good friend of ours. My wife also knows him, he's Akhil Malhotra. So if you look at him, he comes here right now, he will look like the most decent person born in the history of mankind. Like you will melt seeing him. He's so decent. But he started smoking in class 9th, he started drinking in class 10th, and we had no idea what he was doing and how he was managing all that. But whenever he would come to my home, my dad would say, "Yani, he's a good guy, you should be like him, you should learn from him." And I'm like, "Okay, Dad, what, what should I learn from him? But okay, I'll try." And it was really stressful for me because I couldn't tell him that he's doing all that. But I wanted, I used to feel like very bad, yeah, I'm losing out, and he's gaining points in front of my parents also. Forget his parents. Then, eventually, then we were 4 or 5 very good friends. We still hang out together. And we've been friends since 37 years now. So then we made a strategy, and we started using that. How did we use it? We thought, yeah, let's pitch him to our parents as a brilliant guy. And then they started trusting him, and they would let us go whenever he was there. So we would say, "नहीं, पापा अखिल आ रहे हैं ना, तो कोई problem नहीं है. पापा मल्होत्रा साहब आ रहे हैं ना, कोई problem नहीं है." So they would let us go wherever we wanted to go, and he became our mascot of the group. Whenever there was an issue, he would be brought in front. If I would come home late, he would come first and say, "No, uncle, ये late हो गया, गाड़ी खराब हो गई." And he would be believed. I would say, "गाड़ी खराब हो गई, जिनमें खराब हो गई, तो भी नहीं मानते थे." अब तो चलो, if you get late because your car is broken, you can take a picture and send it. So तब तो वो भी नहीं था. You wouldn't know, but there was no concept of mobile camera. So if you're late, you're late. You don't have any proof. So all those things he would help me. And that was the kind of trust he had created. And imagine an individual, a kid of my age, is able to create that trust just because he had that image and the way he would talk. And he would come every time and he would touch my parents' feet, and he would go in front of Shastriji and my grandmother's portrait and do pranam. And I was like, dude, he's of a different category. And he was a complete fraud, like complete fraud. He would be smoking and drinking outside our house only. But he would do it so well, and we would all envy him. So that's how he had created this image, and we had a successful friendship and a lot of fun with him. And later on, much later, I think I was in my early 30s, I was sitting with his parents, and during one of the conversation with his parents, I got to know that he would always say कि पापा वो मुदे शास्त्री ना, शास्त्री जी का पोता वो आ रहा है, तो आप मुझे जाने दो ना, वो तो इतना शरीफ है, कुछ करेगा ही नहीं. So imagine he was using me as a marketing product, and I was not even aware. That's a brilliant case of stealth marketing, right? So though stealth marketing, I mean, the person wouldn't know that you have been marketed, but in this case, even product didn't know that I am being marketed. But either ways, I was pitched, and he was using my name, I was using his name, and we had a gala time as kids. Of course, don't take it otherwise, and please focus on your studies and work hard and do well in life. But I'm just trying to say that this is how marketing works, and marketing is very, very, very clear in life, that marketing is very clear that it is based on trust, and it should be having some longevity and some connectivity with the person you are interacting with, whether it's one-on-one, whether it's a group, whether it's pan-India or worldwide. Again, as I was saying, I'm part of B2B, so I will just give you a basic understanding of B2B and how it is changing. So let's say maybe around, if you talk about global market, in 2023, the global market of B2B industry was $18.8 trillion. And in 2032, it is expected to be $83.5 trillion. So most of us who are working, studying here, will end up going to a company which will mostly put us in a B2B setup. Very few FMCGs would be hiring at that scale, but the B2B companies, the companies that are B2B driven, or companies that have a huge share of B2B business, will be hiring people who are having some B2B understanding. So I would request all of you to understand B2B business and how B2B marketing works. It is changing, the world is changing, and B2B environment is changing. For example, in India, the B2B business approximately in 2021 was 300 billion. In 2032, it is expected to go up to 900 billion. Some of the top companies that are into B2B are Reliance, Amazon, Myntra. All these companies, dream companies, are into B2B. Google is into B2B. The biggest business comes from B2B for these companies. Even companies like Havells and Havells and LG, whose business share of B2B was 5%, 3%, 4%, now are having a business share of 20%, 25%, and they are planning to take it up to 30, 40% in the next 5 years. So imagine the focus B2B has. So what I will request all of you to have a better understanding of B2B and how the B2B marketing works, and it will have a huge impact in your careers, because everywhere you go, there will be a B2B set involved where you will have to manage your vendor, you will have to manage your partner, you will have to manage some other company that is having a B2B business. That's how B2B business is developing. One of the very I would say a very close anecdote to me is about Shastriji. I would like to say is that Shastriji, during his struggling days of being the freedom fighter, was staying in Lucknow. And during one of his stays, his friend came and he asked for some money. So Shastriji didn't have money to give to his friend, and during the meal he mentioned to his wife who was there serving to him and his friend that he has come for money, but we don't have money, and I mean he was apologizing to him. But when Shastriji left and when his friend was about to leave, my grandmother offered some money from her own pocket to him, and he took it, and while going home he thanked my grandfather Shastriji that, you know, thank you for giving the money. I mean, your wife handed some money to me. So he went in and asked his wife from where she got the money. So he said that, she said that, you know, the money that you give me every month to maintain the house, to run the house, usme se some amount I save, and from that I give that money to him. Shastriji immediately wrote a letter to, at that time, Lala Lajpat Rai ji's committee was there, and wrote a letter to reduce his salary. And he got his salary reduced because he felt that that money was being saved and should be given to some other people who are actually needing it. So that was the kind of sacrifices he made. Why I'm telling you this story? Because you know, we are all, I am Shastriji's bloodline, but you all, everybody who's present here, be it the guest or be it the students, be it the faculty member, you all have got, you all are attached to Shastriji's soul now. So I might be having the blood of his family, but you all are part of his soul. And it is a huge responsibility on all of you to maintain the ethical and moral standards that Shastriji got in this world. It is, some of it might not be as easy as it sounds to be, but whenever in life when you start working and you have a future decision to make about your family, about your career, about various opportunities, for a moment think that you all studied in Lal Bahadur Shastri Institute of Management, and for a moment think, what will Shastriji think if I make this decision? If you feel that Shastriji might not be very proud of it, rethink it. I would request all of you to carry on the legacy, because all of you now are Shastrians, just like me present here. Thank you to everybody, and take care.
Thank you, sir, for delivering such enriching perspectives on the topic. It was a real privilege to listen to your insights and viewpoints. I'm certain the audience has greatly benefited from the knowledge and ideas you've presented. Now we welcome Ms. Sumeet Singh. It is my pleasure to introduce a luminary in the field of marketing and digital transformation, Ms. Sumeet Singh. A proud alumnus of Savitribai Phule Pune University, where she earned her MBA, Ms. Sumeet has had a monumental impact on India's digital ecosystem over her illustrious 19-year tenure at InfoEdge India Limited, the parent company of platforms like Naukri.com, 99 Acres, and Jeevan Sathi. As Group's Chief Marketing Officer, Ms. Sumeet has been at the helm of transformative marketing strategies that have redefined customer engagement and brand positioning in the digital age. Her career journey also includes foundational roles in the IT sector, where she spearheaded initiatives for state governments during her tenure at the Confederation of Indian Industry. Ms. Sumeet's pioneering efforts extend to entrepreneurship and mentorship as the founding executive director of the Delhi chapter of the Indus Entrepreneurs, where she nurtured the startup ecosystem. Her contributions to corporate communication and strategic leadership have set benchmarks that continue to inspire professionals across industries. It is an honor to welcome a leader whose vision and expertise have left an incredible mark on the marketing landscape. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Ms. Sumeet Singh.
Thanks, Shreya. Thank you so much. So, a very good morning to LBSIM. Is everyone charged? Good. And a big applause to yourselves because you've been patiently listening to all of us. So, thank you. And you know, we are at a vantage point where we can see you all. And it was wonderful to actually see that very few, maybe 2 or 3 only, in this room full of, lovely students in winter blazers actually were on the second screen. So I just think that is a very, very big thing today, right? Because the mobile is just so distracting. And to be sitting there with your ties looking smart and listening to everything that we're trying to share with you, thank you, because it deserves an applause. Thank you so much for having me here. And I want to also thank a special friend who, I have a flight to catch today, but he insisted that I must come to the Institute. Simran, he's sitting right here. And I am so glad that I'm here because just as Mudit mentioned, I think the opening with an anthem, I don't think many management colleges have an anthem. And an anthem where every line actually meant something and I actually sang along because the lyrics were there, I think was very, very touching. And thank you so much for actually walking us through Shastriji's life. He's one of my favorites, and I think that movie that came a few years ago was really revealing. So thank you. And as you said, one really does feel a part of that legacy when we're here today, and I'm sure we'll carry it with us, So everybody's actually talked about some great things, internal marketing. I think Rajesh very rightly said, know your market, know your customer, and know your brand, and which means that everybody doesn't have to do everything just because it's in fashion. We all have to still be on Instagram, but we don't have to wear everything that everybody's wearing. We don't have to have a marketing strategy that necessarily has to be somewhere where your customers and your audiences are not. So I'm going to take the next 10 minutes or 15 minutes, I'll try and keep it as brief as possible, to talk about some of the things more from a brand positioning and a communication point of view. Before that, do we have first year and second year, final year both here, or just 1 year? First years, okay. So and I'm assuming internships and all, you all must be in the middle of, finalizing or finding your internships. So how many of you with the raise of the hand want to take up marketing? Oh, that's quite a bit. It's just because it's a marketing summit or truly? Okay, all right. What about finance? Utne hi haath khade ho rahe hain yaar. Okay, do you have a dual specialization that you can do? Yeah, oh, okay, HR? Oh, nice, okay, that's nice, all right. So good, so there are enough people who are interested in marketing, so I'm going to start. So storytelling in this age of data and AI, and I see that you're having two excellent panels after us, which are going to deep dive into Gen Z and also data, right? Because it's, I think, personalization and other things. You all have to smile and market the institute and yourselves. Mudit just spoke about what? Internal marketing, right? Yeah, broad smiles will also do. That's fine, yeah? Okay, so I'll not touch too much on data and AI. That's on the latter part, keeping interest of time. But is this working? Okay. One of the things is, whatever happens, technology will keep changing, and today technology is changing far faster than it used to change earlier, right? I mean, technology would change once in 2 or 3 decades when we were growing up, and now I think it's changing every 2-3 years. And we're all supposed to adapt technology. A lot of you are born into technology, right? We're still adapting. But what is very constant in marketing is really consumer insights. So whether it was 10 years ago, 100 years ago, now, or the future, effective marketing is only if it is really taking care of customer or consumer insights. Because if you're not going to do that, then you will not be able to reach your messages rightly, and you will not be able to address what is really the big problem or the pain point of your target consumers, right? So I think that is very important for us to remember. So what's changed? All these things have changed. Media, distribution, preferences, engagement, technology, and we won't talk about them because you're a bunch of intelligent people, you know what it means, yeah? And who are we addressing? You, my God, Gen Z. And I heard a new term. Somebody yesterday told me, I'm a zillennial. I'm like, what is a zenellian? I've never heard it. A cusp between? Chalo bolo. Yeah, you know. And I said, but you're Gen Z. And he said, "Yeah, we don't identify with every attribute, you know. And therefore, I've thought of this new term. I think I'm a zillennial." So that was learning. That was nice. Yeah. But this is who we're dealing with today, right? Gen Z, which has attributes which are so different from Gen X. That's the generation I belong to. From the millennials, which I'm sure there must be a lot of faculty and other people in the room that must be belonging to it as well. So there's so much of information, there's so much of distraction, and there's audacious confidence, which is a great trait, you know. And there is entitlement, you know, which we didn't have. There's instant gratification, isn't it? Everything should be jaldi, reels have to be 10 seconds. I should get everything very quickly. So these are the attributes that we are kind of basically, as marketeers, we're basically dealing with these attributes. So what do marketeers do? You change your communication, you change your style of communication, your language. And why do you change it? You change it because the target audience that you're now going to be addressing, their preferences are changing or something is changing in their life, and therefore to be more effective. So I'm going to show you a few ads that Naukri did, and maybe this is an ad you never saw,
Sir,
but
report
this
one.
was our ad.
Report 2. But sir... Shut up!
Sir, hotel reservation desk on line 2.
Yes, I would like to book a table for 2.
Sure, sir.
Poolside.
Your name, sir?
Hari Sadhu.
What, sir?
Hari Sadhu.
Sir, may I? Yes, write down Hari Sadhu. H for Hitler, A for arrogant, R for rascal, I for idiot. That's right. Now write Sadhu. S for...
Shameless?
And now this is the ad of today. Oh, what did I do?
15% increment बढ़िया तो है. पैसे के पीछे मत भाग. Slow and steady wins the race. तुझे कछुआ बनना है या खरगोश?
They won't get it. We do. Naukri. For the ambitious.
So that's me trying to convince my team to stay, right? So we had to do this, right? Hari Sadhu was very relevant when we launched it, which was 2005. It stayed relevant till actually 2013, 14, and we ran it for that long. Because the insight was that, you know, bosses, there was hierarchy, there was authority associated with bosses, and you can see that, right? He's not a nice boss. He's throwing papers at him, etc. Today's world is not that. As bosses, our KRA is retention as well, right? Even in institutes, you're friends with your faculty. You know, they're not authoritarians on you. They're with you, right? So things have changed. He's smiling. He's saying, you think so, right? Okay, mixed. Okay, all right. So what's happened today? So today, there's so much of confidence you all had. Our generation used to think 10-15%, bilkul theek hai, promotion har saal thoda milti hai. You know, you just were conditioned like that. But the generation today, if we show them something like this, they will not smile. They will not laugh, and the message will not cut through, because then it will seem the site is not for them, right? And therefore, as marketeers, it's very, very important for us to not only change from horizontal to vertical, which is a media, you know, requirement, but actually to know what is the thing that the job seekers of today, the generation of today, is going to like. You know, what is the insight that is going to work today, right? Today, changing a job in 2 years, or even 1 actually, is not considered bad. Today, failed entrepreneurs are welcomed, you know. Our times, if you failed as an entrepreneur, it was said you might not get a job again. Today, people take breaks, and they're welcomed back by the corporate sector, because you want diversity, you want people who are thinking, you want people who are standing up for their stand. So things are changing, and we all need to adapt to those changes as marketeers. So that is what this was trying to basically say. So has storytelling changed? Yes. What has changed? Not the insight, but the formats, right? I'm sure all of you now listen to all this, poetry, stand-up, reels, right? not ads. I don't think, who's watching TV now in this room? No one. But who's watching OTT? A few. And who's on IG? Everybody's on Instagram, maybe. Oh, only a few. Very good. Okay. A lot of you are not. Who's on Facebook? My generation. Who's on Snapchat? Yeah, everybody, really. I know, and I'm not, but my kids are. I can't understand why you would want your messages to disappear. I do understand the filters part of it, because I also get clicked as a dog and a cat and an octopus and a unicorn sometimes. So what are we doing? So marketing is now about content, right? And it's because you're consuming more content than ads, right? And therefore, what do we need to do? We need to also kind of run with the times. And therefore, just some examples of now how we are marketing, right? So we've got a brand called Jeevan Sathi, and now I know, thanks to Mudit, that M in LBSIM is not only management, but matchmaking too, right? So all of you are lucky. Your parents are luckier कि बच्चों को कोई मिल गया. You know, very good. You know, and we heard 3 successful jodis, right? You know, they stood here, so that's great marketing as well. So this is how we now need to market Jeevan Sathi. Is it playing? Double click.
Dating apps versus Jeevan Sathi. Begin. हम पे राइट स्वाइप करो सीधा गर्लफ्रेंड बनती है. तुम पे तो मैच से पहले पेरेंट्स से बात करनी पड़ती है. पर तेरे बंदे पहली डेट के बाद ही होते घोस्ट. लॉन्ग टर्म में तू लेफ्ट स्वाइप होता है दोस्त. तुम पे डिटेल्स भरने में सबको बरसों लग जाते हैं. हम तत्काल में प्यार का टिकट कटवाते हैं. हाँ, 2 पल के फ्लर्ट्स और सिचुएशनशिप्स करवाते हो. तुम टिकट नहीं सिर्फ कटवाते हो. तेरी डीपी में पासपोर्ट साइज फोटो सब लगाते हैं. क्योंकि बिना फिल्टर वाले असली चेहरे हम दिखाते हैं. 3 किलोमीटर रेडियस पे मिल जाता है इंसान. हमारा सिर्फ डिस्टेंस पे नहीं, रिश्ते बनाने पे ध्यान. हम पे सिर्फ साफ इरादे वाले आते हैं. असली प्यार करने वाले ही हमें चलाते हैं. फॉरएवर वाले साथी जो हम मिलवाते हैं, इसलिए तो हम जीवन साथी कहलाते हैं.
So we have to do this, right? Because you understand rap, right? It takes us time. And therefore, to make some things like this, we need bright minds like you in. Because then you know how to do this very quickly. You'll do a Canva ad in maybe 5 minutes, and I still take half an hour to edit the Canva template. You know? So we need people like you. And we need to address people like you. So we need to adapt and talk in your language. Then we have a brand which is a rather serious brand compared to Jeevan Sathi. It's 99 acres, right? Real estate, serious, not really for very young people. But today we need to be present where people are. And all of us also raised our hands for Instagram and Facebook. So we need to talk in that language. But then we need to also see what are the various things, because in Instagram there's always something new, right? And then you have to cash up on it as a marketer. So we do things like this then.
नमस्कार दोस्तों, आज हम आए हैं भोपाल एक ऐसे शख्स से मिलने जो अपनी लोकेलिटी के बारे में कुछ भी बुरा नहीं सुन सकते. आइए उन्हें कुछ नेगेटिव रिव्यू सुनाते हैं और देखते हैं वो क्या कहते हैं. क्या नाम बताया?
भूपेंद्र जोगी.
भोपाल में कहाँ का रहे आप?
भोपाल में बहुत सी जगह रहा हूँ मैं.
नाम बताइए.
भूपेंद्र जोगी.
क्या नाम है इस जगह का?
जोगीपुरा, जहांगीराबाद.
तो मेरे पास कुछ रिव्यूज हैं कुछ रेजिडेंट्स के जो यहीं रहते हैं. उनको कुछ थोड़ी प्रॉब्लम हो रही है.
बताइए क्या प्रॉब्लम है उनको?
यहाँ इतना ज्यादा पोल्यूशन है, ये सांस नहीं ले पाते.
आप खड़े हुए, आप सांस ले रहे हैं कि नहीं ले रहे हैं?
अभी तक तो ले रहा हूँ.
तो फिर ये क्यों नहीं ले पा रहे हैं?
सर लोग कह रहे हैं यहाँ गार्बेज है, यहाँ सड़कों पे पड़ा रहता है, बदबू आती है.
उनके जिस्म से अंदर से बदबू आ रही है. आप परफ्यूम क्यों नहीं लगाते हो? आपको बदबू आ रही है क्या? अभी क्या मैंने परफ्यूम लगाया, खुशबू आ रही कि नहीं आ रही है? आ रही कि नहीं आ रही है? क्यों नहीं लगाते?
खुशबू तो आ रही है सर.
तो
खुशबू तो आ रही है.
तो लगाओ ना भाई, परफ्यूम लगाओ.
कि यहाँ गलियों में कुत्ते ही कुत्ते भरे पड़े हैं. कई बार वो काटते भी हैं.
भाई कुत्ता डर सूंघ लेता है. सूंघा क्यों रहे हो? कुत्तों से डरो मत, कुत्तों से प्यार करो. आप वो आपको कुछ नहीं करेंगे. जब आप पत्थर मारोगे.
And so on, right? So the point was that now to communicate with the relevant people, we need to use what is relevant. So the point is that, right? Because a lot of the older generation might have not reacted to this, but a lot of you will react to this. And then there's celebrity influencers that we all use because they're celebrities, right? And today it's all about creators, right? Any creators here in the room? Even Nano? No? Attempt, yeah. These days, I mean, a lot of people are trying to create and at least have 3,000-4,000 followers on Instagram, right? That I think is, you are. Very nice, lovely. Okay, anybody using Gen AI? Except ChatGPT for your assignments and projects. Yeah, okay, good. Because it's a skill everybody wants now, you know. I was at Deloitte day before in Hyderabad, and the head of HR said that I'm looking for people who are using Gen AI tools in HR, right? Because when technology comes, what has to happen is everybody wants to adapt to that technology very fast, and it's an emerging skill. So, I mean, you all are going to hit the market in a year, right? Or maybe less than a year with people like us. So start dabbling in a few things, some of you, because it's going to be a great advantage. You know, it will be marketing your CV better than anybody else's CV. And these small things make a difference. We hired a few creators because we thought creators, nobody will know how to make content better than creators, because whatever they're making is working, yeah, you know. So it's good to have some of those versatile skills while you're in the institute as well. So, I mean, I'm not going to play these because these are all, how do I skip this? If I click, will they all play? They won't, okay. See, I have to ask. And then disruptive marketing, right? I mean, I loved when Rajesh started by saying that budgets are always very finite. And the ask is always, we want the sun, we want the sky. But as marketing heads, we need to make that work, you know. And I'm sure all of you also will have finite pocket money, except he's trying to at least become a creator so that he can earn more. And we all have to live in that finite pocket money and convince our parents it's not enough and why, right? So similarly, we kind of also need to do that. So what do? So as a marketer, in today's age, you start doing some disruptive marketing, right? You know, I was happy when Rajesh actually touched upon costs of media, etc., when he was answering to 1 or 2 questions, because media is only becoming more and more expensive. And it's an irony, क्योंकि अभी कम से कम लोग हर एक media पे हैं. There's so much of fragmentation, right? But look what's happening. Every media is becoming more and more expensive. TV has lesser viewers, but it hasn't become cheaper than 30 years ago. It's only going up, the cost. So you kind of do disruptive marketing. We did something with RCB. Does RCB have any fans in this room? Okay, all right. So we did something with RCB because it has a big fan club, and a very, very big fan club, especially on social media, right? And we have all digital brands, so what makes sense for us is to have people who know how to use digital, and therefore social media makes a lot of sense. So we actually tied up with RCB as Naukri.com and launched the coolest job ever, right? And we thought, okay, we'll get maybe 20,000 odd applies, but we got more than 1,15,000 applies, and we were shocked. And it was a fan-in-chief job, you know. And we actually had the top 5 finalists go and spend 3 weeks with Danish Seth. I mean, those who follow will know Danish, you know. And so we had to do things like this, and not just do an ad with Virat Kohli. But 10 years ago, we would have signed Virat Kohli and done an ad. And none of you would have seen it, right? Or maybe some of you would have seen it on Hotstar or Jio, wherever it played. But today we can do far more things, which also means that you need to think harder. It was much easier when there was one Doordarshan, then it became easier. Now I feel it was easier even with 600 TV channels, right? Because there's just so much now, and you have to build differently for everything. So you can actually do good disruptive marketing. We spent just maybe under 1 crore, but we got a lot of visibility for this. If we would have signed Virat Kohli, we would have had to pay 10 times, right? Create a 30-second, and make sure that only maybe 5% of this room see it, because most of you don't look at ads now, yeah? You look at that skip ad, 5 seconds or whatever, yeah? Okay? So we need to create content, and that was your question, because if we don't create content now, till not too long we'll be able to ride on others' content, right? So that's what we did. So what is storytelling all about in today's age? It has to be backed with data, because we had speakers talk about precision, we had speakers talk about targeting, right? And today we can do a lot more targeting, right? Because we can actually, when we as advertisers interact with platforms like Instagram or Facebook or YouTube, On our dashboards, we see a lot of attributes. We see who likes pets, or pet parents, the new terminology. We see who likes cats, we know who likes dogs, we know who likes coffee, we know who likes to hike, which means that we must, as marketeers, actually also use that, right? So today, data is enabling a lot of precision. The other thing is also that if today we don't base our if we don't base our decisions and our marketing strategies on data, we will actually be wasting time. And so one is preferences, and the other one is efficiency. How many engineers in this room? Okay. Now, I must congratulate the Institute on Diversity, because it's very nice to see that almost half of the first years are not engineers, because we see 80% mostly are engineers, so that's very nice. So the engineers will understand, right, that today you have data science, you have codes which can actually make predictive, you can do predictive analytics, you're using AI, so there's so much more that you can do to build efficiency. So what do we do? For example, say in Naukri, when we're advertising to get CVs, right, we've created a score which actually tries to see, will a recruiter view this CV or not? Because that's how I can efficiently create more ROI, right? I can, in Jeevan Sathi, when I acquire a profile, I have a score that actually tells me the propensity to pay for that profile, because I need to make my money work, right? And therefore, I need more and more profiles that will pay, because marketing has to grow business, the 2 Bs, if you understand from our inaugural address, if you remember, sorry. So it enhances all this, but there are pitfalls, and because data has to be clean. Data has a lot of noise in it, right? So it's very, very important for us to, not us, I mean as a company, to clean data, because otherwise you hear the wrong thing. Like for example, when we come to management institutes, we don't look at average CTC. Why? Come on, yaar. One person in the room. Correct, because the highest, and everybody has one real high, right? But it just kind of takes away the average. Similarly, the 3-4 low ones also spoil your average, right? Because there are always a few low ones. So you look at median, right, to make a better decision, right? So similarly, so those are pitfalls, and you have to know that. So remove the outliers before you kind of take your decisions. And that is important, because if you're basing decisions on something as data, and if you don't remove the noise from data, your decision and your strategy will be wrong, right? And it won't necessarily work. Of course, I think I'll just leave all this because it's a little too technical. This is more related to a company. It should be. And now, I think everybody knows about AI. But the only thing is, I think with the advent of Gen AI, AI has come out again, right? We introduced artificial intelligence in Naukri in 2011 because AI has been there. But it's come into dialogue now because of Gen AI, right? Gen AI is very, very new, right? And so AI has been there, and when you go into the real world, as Mudit was saying, some of you will be in sales, some of you will be in finance. I hope a lot of you also from sales move to marketing or come directly to marketing. Some will be creators, and I'm really hoping a lot also end up to be entrepreneurs, because that's what Gen Z is all about, right? Risk-taking. But these are important, because today AI is enabling all this, right? We can create content through AI, through Gen AI. We can optimize content. We can streamline targeting. So these are some of the things that we need to keep in mind. We did 2 things with AI. We have a business in the Gulf called Naukri Gulf, and we created an avatar called Nadia, because it's not very easy shooting in the Gulf, so we created her all through AI. And we also did something with Nimrit Kaur, where she actually invited 500 guests of 50 people. She kind of through AI actually did the wedding invite, in Punjabi. So I won't play it because I don't know how many Punjabis are there. But in summary, this is what it is. Storytelling will remain storytelling. It needs to captivate, and therefore it needs to adapt. It needs to always be centered around consumer insights. And you must look at data and AI to leverage what you do in marketing today. So thank you very much. And a special thank you to Smriti, Amog, Anandita, Shreya and Charu? Chahat, sorry. I'm so sorry to get your name wrong. And to Genesis for having us here and organizing this very well. So thank you very much. I don't know whether we have times for questions because I've taken a lot of time and played videos. But if there are any questions, maybe we can take one. Or are we running late? Maybe we can take them later. Yeah, sorry. Sorry, yes. So my email ID is there. If there's anything, you can just punch it to me and email. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for providing such profound perspectives on the topic. It was an honor to listen to your insights and viewpoints, and I'm certain the audience has gained significant value from the ideas and knowledge you shared. It has been a privilege to have you with us and as an esteemed guest of honor. We understand you need to leave, but before you go, may I request Dr. Shailendra K. Tyagi to kindly felicitate our guest of honor, Ms. Sumit Singh, with a memento as a token of our gratitude. It is an honor to welcome a leader whose career has been dedicated to driving social impact and economic development, Mr. Prashant Sinha. A graduate of Hansraj College and a master's in economics from Delhi School of Economics, he has over 2 decades of experience in shaping policies and implementing large-scale programs across the development sector. Currently, as Executive Director at PwC, Mr. Prashant has been at the forefront of initiatives aimed at fostering rural entrepreneurship, improving governance, and championing gender inclusion. His leadership has been instrumental in scaling impactful programs funded by international foundations and curating partnerships for global trade bodies and embassies. His vast experience spans roles at leading organizations such as EY, Deloitte, and Accenture, where he played a critical role in policy advisory and program management across skill development and entrepreneurship. Beyond his professional achievements, Mr. Prashant worked in the healthcare diagnostics industry, and his entrepreneurial ventures underscore his commitment to improving livelihoods and empowering communities. It is a privilege to have with us a leader whose work continues to uplift and inspire. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Prashant Sinha on the stage.
Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here, and the dignitaries present on the dais, students, faculty members. Extremely privileged and grateful for this opportunity. But when I got this opportunity, I was in 2 minds. If you cared to hear that long introduction, and thank you for being so generous. I'm not a marketing professional, and I am not even an MBA. So being in an MBA college talking on a marketing conference is interesting. But, last 2 decades, I spent my life in management consulting. And the deal in management consulting is that you are a one-man army. I mean, literally speaking, by what I mean by that is you are the person who is responsible for sales, for marketing, for delivery, for collections, and your metric is after you have done everything, what's the money in the bank? So unlike other privileged organizations, we don't get dedicated marketing teams. You won't even get sales teams. It's all you, partners. So it's a group of partners who come together. And the pact is, and they call you, if you become a partner only if you can do anything and everything under the sun. So tomorrow, I might be the HR head of one of the consulting organizations with no background in HR consulting. And if I can't do that job, then I would perhaps not be a partner in the organization. So that's the way we look at things. So I also need to run a shop. You may call it intrapreneur, you may call it entrepreneur in residence. But traditionally, all partners had their own books, and they never got a salary. The books determined their payout. So it was very common for young partners to get 16 rupees as salary. I have heard stories where older partners said, I got 16 rupees, I didn't know how to run my entire kitchen. So the richer partners used to lend, and that's how this whole business used to run. So this is getting diluted as things are becoming more, partners becoming 40 or 50 odd are now more than 1,000. So obviously things get dilute. It's not the good old world where everything was totally entrepreneurial. Now there's a salary as well, I believe. So that's the background. And hence I run a shop, and I need to do whatever needs to happen to keep the shop running. Also, I'm from the old school. It's a privilege to be with this eminent panel and look at the world of consumers. We don't deal with consumers. We are a strictly B2B. In fact, losing hairs, and God has been kind to shave off a few from my head, it's an important qualification in our business, because if you look too young, maybe at times you're not too suited to be in the boardrooms. However, with the new age companies, maybe that will change when the boardroom will consist of 20, 30 years old. But right now, majority of the boardrooms are not like that, with few exceptions. And hence, having lesser hair is a huge privilege. So anyways, somebody, who represents a company, tell me how old do you think is PwC in India? Any clue how far we go back? So we are more than 150 years. So 150 years and we are going strong. All the big four companies are prospering. Most of them have crossed 10,000 crores. And when you look at services at 10,000 crores, the equivalent of manufacturing is, say, 5 times. So had we been into manufacturing, we would be somebody around 50,000 crores company. And you get all those WhatsApp universities saying that, 10 years, 20 years, that's the life cycle by companies to die. So we are pretty confident, if history is any predictor of the past, whether it is or not, that we'll remain and we'll grow and we'll prosper. So, but maybe that's what Kodak also thought at some point of time. The reason I brought up Kodak is I saw one of the topics here called Gen AI. And it is now said, and you will see that in the literature, that probably it's now time that what has not happened for last 150 years will happen now. Because of AI, what will happen is consulting will become commoditized. Now that's a view, there are lot of views. There's a view that in future, everybody will be doing leisure, there will be no work. So if you look at TED Talks, you'll see a lot of TED Talks. We'll say, in future, we'll all be magicians and painters and there'll be no need to work. That's also a view. And there are many shades of different views that are there. But the view is that consulting will become commoditized. And the reason it will become commoditized is because due to Gen AI taking an evolution, you'll be able to do crunch data, carry out insights, and hopefully take recommendations out of it. And that is what people call the crux of consulting. So if the crux of consulting is data, insights, and recommendation, and that can be done by AI, then where is the need for consulting firms? So interesting juncture. If that's what's going to happen, hopefully I have 15 years to retire roughly. So maybe I'll see through. But then if it becomes commoditized, then we all are looking at a serious disruption, because what will happen, few things will happen. The clients may believe that, why we should pay such exorbitant amounts for doing research? Why shouldn't we bring in-house? So I'll give you an example. I have a friend, Apurv. He works in a vertical. He used to work in a vertical, what we call strategy and value analysis, which is nothing but competitor benchmarking analysis. Huge team, all looking through financial statements, all looking through everything else that can be done for competitor analysis. That team has now shrunk to 2 people. So huge, huge impact in terms of what Apu's team saw. Did I see an impact? Very little. You know, the only impact I saw is I was building a proposal for Maldives for a gender project. And we thought, why, you know, too much of headache to write in fresh A&M, why don't we put it in a tool and tool will do everything for us? We tried doing it. After 7th page, we realized what is coming out is garbage. So we threw the tool in the garbage as well. But that's just one part of it. There are a lot of things happening in that. So in Gen AI, when AI comes, tell me what would be the biggest thing that a consulting firm will look for? What is that, you know, would be a game when the AI hits? Prediction, yes, but how do you predict? There. So the biggest game for us is to know what our clients are searching for. So if there is an AI tool that is working, and if there's something that is getting searched on that, we would rather have it on our platform rather than somebody else's platform. So that is the game where it will change, and that's what we are looking for. However, a lot of things are set to happen. Let's see how it happens. The independent consultants will become far more powerful because knowledge is now more accessible. Manipulation of that knowledge is also accessible. Startups will come up. So as you heard from Rajesh, I don't know who is the next competitor for PwC. It may not come from the big four firms because it is a commodity. Anybody can do that analysis. So maybe new startups will emerge. The path to partnership may become shorter because our consultants would be far more equipped. And hence, what they are taking 10 years to learn or 7 years to learn, maybe in theory they can do it in 2 or 3 years. So obviously, flatter organization, faster path to partnership, all that will happen. So all that is happening, you know, in the present context to which where we sit, and we are a vertical which we call responsible development services, and we essentially deal with everything that a development sector looks at. So be it, you know, digital, be it infrastructure, ports, railways, airports, be it the social sector, education, health. So typically in our business, trust and relationship are key to what happens. Because if you have delivered so much of satisfaction with that client, so that you are you're getting a large business and you are a partner because of the revenues you're getting from there, the relationship has been built over years. It has been built through thick and thin. And hence, you know, that's the key to bringing business. Not that there are not other factors, but if you ask me to rank order for us, in our kind of business, until unless we are commodified, trust and relationship is what we thrive on. And until unless, as you grow, if some of you spend into this, happen to come to this field, I hear the aspirations, but typically what happens is, until unless you have built a repertoire, if you have built a relationship, there are typically 3 roles through which you will go through in a consulting world. First would be your project delivery. The second would be project management and people management. And the third is when you become an entrepreneur. There are only 3 unique positions in the firm. Rest are designations. So until unless you know that when you become an entrepreneur, all the relationship you have invested from long, you need to nurture them and build them, it will not pay off. I can give you an example. You know, in 2010, I was with Deloitte, and I was working on a project called Bihar Governance and Administrative Reform Program. And my client was Mr. Amir Sumani. He was an IS topper of his batch, personal secretary at that time. And for 2 years, I worked with him. Now, last year, I went to him when he was the chief secretary of Bihar. And I referred to him saying, sir, I was working for you for 2 years, and there was no recollection whatsoever. So either it's a reflection on the performance I put in, or it's an indication that, you know, I did not invest enough in that relationship. So for 10 or 14 long years, I let it, you know, be there and not invest in it. So in knowing that relationships are the key and commitment to invest over it, not just when you are interacting intensively, but in the phases where you don't have an interaction. No matter you're on the private side, you're on the public side, you're on whatever side, that is the key to a consulting business. Now, obviously, if you look at how we approach marketing, especially from public sector, a cornerstone is thought leadership. Now, thought leadership happens on various fronts. For example, every month we are working with CII or FICCI or somebody to doing a report on ports, on chemicals, on education, keeps happening. But the effort always is to raise the bar to do seminal studies. What do I mean by that? In 2018, I was working with a firm called EY, and we did a study on future of jobs. And it looked at, the skill sets which would change, the jobs in which skill sets will shift, the jobs which will extinguish, and the jobs which will come into existence. WEF has been doing it, but nothing like this was done in India before. So once we released that report, such was the impact that when we went to Singapore in one of the delegations, the client in Singapore or the team delegation counterparts in Singapore was actually carrying our report, saying that this is what India is saying will happen to futures of job. That was the first report. Now there are many more. Similarly, PwC works with WEF. Now WEF does a report called Upskilling for Shared Prosperity. Upskilling is one of the core agenda that WEF drives. And in that, we have looked at how the investment in upskilling will lift to shifts in GDP. So all these gives you a pole position in the areas that you are operating. Now, these expand to theme-based. For example, Viksit Bharat is the current theme in PwC. So we just released a Viksit Bharat report on merchandise export. And obviously, it will now flow to a lot of other things. So it can also be, periodic reports. I think there's a startup that Nilay runs. He does a very beautiful budget report. And you have most of the top bureaucrats writing in it before and after the budget sessions. So these are all different patterns. You can translate it into conferences. You can participate. You can have your own conference. Deloitte did a big government conference. They're trying to come back into this public sector business. So they got all the big bureaucrats, mantris, politicians in general to come and talk. So that's how it plays out. Also, fundamentally, if you look at our brand positioning, it's always about purpose-driven business, building a better working world, trust in society and solving the big problems. That's the PwC purpose. And what does that reflect into? PwC invested $2.5 million in UNICEF UVA as a funding from PwC UK and PwC India to help UVA do a lot of things with youth. Why did we do it? The reason we believe is, this demographic dividend, realizing the demographic dividend is the biggest problem facing the country. And we are committed to solving the big problems. So we have the skin in the game, and we are actually funding UNICEF to do it. On the demographic dividend, I also wanted to just touch upon, not very relevant to the topic, but just how privileged all of you are. So do you think there's a war for talent in this country? There is? Okay. So yes and no. Depends on how do you see it at what macro level or micro level. In this country, there are 4 crores taxpayers, roughly. The data may not be accurate, somewhere there. 7 crore people file the taxes. 65 crores is the labor force, 130, 140 crores is the population, right? So all this hangama about 100-hour week, 120-hour week, whatever hour week, I mean, you are a karma yogi or you want Mr. whoever's family to get richer and richer, it's your take. But it's all that hangama is about that 4 crores, nothing beyond. The bulk of this country are laborers. Go to the e-shram data, 30 crore registrations on e-shram. So if there's a 60 crore labor force and only 30 crores are of that is an e-shram, then you can realize what's the composition of the labor force. Not to say things will not change, but we are extremely privileged to be on that 4 or 5 crore bracket to which you're fighting. I mean, it's a privilege or it's a fight, whatever way you say it, because say if 1 crore people come to the labor force every year and 10% are getting those decent jobs, then you know what is the fight that you're looking ahead. So keep upgrading, keep skilling, keep learning. If you become complacent, it would be it's a difficult country in that sense. Hopefully, things will become much more organized and much more, going forward. But yes, there's a war of talent because some companies may believe they want an X category of talent and they have to fight it out with other companies. That's a different ballgame altogether. Also, in this do good, there are a lot of things that go as a messaging to client. PwC Foundation doing good. We are conscious about the environment. So these are not purpose-driven, these are purpose-driven, but it also has a communication angle to the client, that we have a net zero target. We have a special lens to promote D&I, LGBTQ. So everything comes together to say that, all the big fours typically have this strategy that they are a purpose-driven organization, and that's the way we want to project and position it before the client. And that's what we believe in it as well. Also, what happens is, one of the key things for us is to keep communicating to the client that we are focused on delivery excellence. How does that happen? We have mechanisms where, there are independence checks, there are risk checks, there are anti-bribery, there is this, that. So there are thousands of checks and balances on which client has a projection. They see your project management tool, they see your escalation framework, they see your governance. So tomorrow, how does it help you? I have a lot of startups, competing with us, Nangia, Anderson, name it, there are many. And they're all trying to come up to all the big four companies that are up there in this field, in the public sector space. I need to communicate to my customers that, if there is a bit of a trust, if you bring us vis-a-vis, when you bring a tier 2, tier 3, if that's the right word to put it that way. So that trust comes only when the customer sees the rigor in the delivery and has a view to it and trusts us that, okay, if a letter is signed by a PwC partner, it means that it cannot be, something fraudulent would not happen, and it will have 100% accuracy. So that part is delivery excellence. One part is also, developing, for us, the products and solutions are a huge tools that we do ahead of the curve. So I'll give you an example personally what I'm working on. India has a big aspiration for international mobility. But the challenge is we don't know where the demand is. We don't know what's happening in Germany. We don't know what's happening in France. We don't know what's happening in Japan. We don't know the granularities, the occupations, the skills, where to send our people. So obviously, one of the options is you can do a typical market survey with a typical market agency and try and figure that out. The other way is where we have invested in a tool, where the tool is a AI tool, which looks at all the open job postings. And from the open job postings, they are trying to figure out what are the skills in demand, where the hiring is happening, and which jobs are kind of increasing in demand and which jobs are kind of falling in demand. So that's a tool that I have it. The solution is there. I don't have a market yet for it. But we have nonetheless gone ahead and invested in it. It may take other forms as well. I was in way back in EY where we were looking at a startup called Spot Mentor. Now what Spot Mentor used to do is look at the point of departure and point of arrival and build customized learning journeys. So big L&D kind of initiative that is possible, and we acquired that firm again ahead of the curve because we thought there is a market. It's just that Spot Mentor, being a startup, could not access the market to the extent we could do at that stage. I saw a lot of Gen AI immersive as well in your topics. That's also very much part of our strategy. In my earlier employer, we used to call it a wave space. In my current employer, we call it an experience center. So all that is there. My last experience was when I went to Kochi, where the wave space, the Kochi or Trivandrum, where the wave space was. Typically, when I went there, a Jeep kind of, the extended reality projected a Jeep, it dismantled, the tutorials opened up. So as if it was like a Jeep was made to appear and everything happened from there. Pretty exciting because I'm in the field of skilling. So when you go take your clients to these experience centers, for us, it's an opportunity to showcase, what we are doing in emerging tech or what we are doing in Gen AI. So most of the companies you'll find will have these dedicated spaces. I guess I'm not doing too well on time, so I shall wind up. Yeah, so, and obviously, you heard about a lot on digital. We are not too big on advertising. I don't think you see any big four advertising happening. Maybe sometime at a billboard at an airport or something like that. But yes, the digital presence is largely there. It's largely through your website and through social media. So far, I don't know, I might be wrong, but I haven't seen a management consultant create I don't know if it's, I do see some people giving tax advice and things like that, but probably what we do is pretty boring to be on the internet. So, or maybe I'm not educated enough. So that's something which is not big, but LinkedIn, website, and digital presences are there. So yeah, that's something just to give you personal insights on how we are approaching, given a B2B business, largely as a professional services firm. Happy to take any questions now, or if you want to discuss later.
Thank you, sir, for offering such insightful perspectives. It was a true honor to hear your viewpoints, and I'm confident the audience has greatly benefited from your knowledge and ideas. Now, I request Dr. Samant Chand Priya to kindly facilitate our chief guest for today, Mr. Rajesh Srivastav, with a memento as a token of our gratitude. Now, I request Professor Praveen Gupta to kindly facilitate our special guest, Mr. Mudit Shastri, with a memento as a token of our gratitude. Now, I request Dr. Rajiv Sirohi to kindly facilitate our guest of honor, Mr. Prashant Sinha, with a memento as a token of our gratitude.
Now, I would like to request Dr. Shailendra K. Tyagi, Faculty, LBSIM, to present the vote of thanks for the inaugural session.
Very good afternoon. So I would be very crisp because we are running late, and plus I have a MDP session that is scheduled in just 10 minutes. So, Sri Rajesh Srivastav ji, our chief guest for the day, Sri Mudit Shastri ji, our special guest for this event, Ms. Sumit Singh, Sri Prashant Sinha, guest of honor for today's event, Dr. Praveen Gupta, our director, Dr. Samant, conference convener, Ms. Aradhana Sastry, my faculty colleagues, Colonel Rajay Sood, dear guest, administrative staff, and dear students. It's my proud privilege to propose vote of thanks for this inaugural session of National Marketing Summit, Future of Marketing Trends Shaping Tomorrow's Consumer Behavior. I would like to express our deep sense of gratitude to Chief Guest Sri Rajesh Srivastav ji for his enlightening words and gracing the occasion. I'm sure the word why will reverberate with our student for quite long. I would also like to express our deep sense of obligation to our special guest Sri Mudit Shastri ji and Ms. Aradhana Sastri ji for taking time out of their busy schedule and gracing the occasion. I would also like to convey our heartfelt thanks to Ms. Sumit Singh for her words of wisdom and for being here today despite her very busy schedule. Our special thanks goes to Sri Prashant Sinha ji for sharing his experience and enlightening us with his wise words. I also take this opportunity to express our sincere thanks to Sri Anil Sastriji, our chairman, BOG, for his blessings and continuous guidance. I would also like to thank our director, Dr. Praveen Gupta, for his continuous encouragement and motivation to set higher benchmarks year after year. The event of this scales could not have been organized overnight. The wheels started rolling months back, and there are many people who have continuously strived hard to make this event a grand success. So my special thanks goes to my faculty colleagues in marketing area and all other faculty colleagues who have contributed significantly to make this event a grand success. I would also like to thank all our administrative staff led by Colonel Ajay Sood, who have tirelessly worked in the background to make this event a success. And they are the unsung heroes, actually. I would also like to convey my sincere thanks to our student bodies, the Genesis Club, the Marketing Club, the Management Grid, and all the organizing committees, all the students who have been burning midnight oil to make this event a success. And I would also like to thank all other guests who have been here and the medias, right, who are here today for this event. And I would be failing in my duty if I don't thank you, right, the wonderful audience you have been. So thank you so much. All the very best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It gives me immense pleasure to invite Dr. Ekta Singhal, faculty convener of the Genesis Marketing Club of LBSIM and the Genesis team to grace the stage for the official release of their annual magazine, Markopedia. This release represents a significant milestone for the Club Genesis, and we look forward to the impactful contributions Markopedia will continue to offer in both academic and professional spheres. We now request all the dignitaries on the dais to kindly pose for a photograph. We also request the entire marketing faculty to please come on stage for the group photograph. We now request all the dignitaries to please proceed to L&D Center. We humbly request others to remain seated until the dignitaries leave the hall.
expanded the organization's digital reach and fundraising efforts.
Recognized for his expertise in online marketing, content strategy, and client success, Mr. Anuj exemplifies the power of innovation and technology in transforming businesses. May I now request Ms. Soumya Singhal, Vice President Management Grid, to kindly welcome Mr. Anuj with a planter. Thank you.
Please join us in welcoming our next panelist, Mr. Amit T., who is a seasoned full-stack marketer with over 18 years of expertise in driving digital transformations, brand management, and SaaS and services marketing across diverse industries. He has successfully built and launched several consumer brands, executed large-scale activations across OOH and LFRs, launched products across e-commerce channels, and designed demand engines for B2B and B2B2C segments. Additionally, he has developed partner and channel programs to create and leverage new revenue streams.
Guided by his mantra, do the new, Mr. Amit continually pushes boundaries to innovate and excel. May I now request Mr. Ghanshyam Agarwal, President Management Grid, to kindly welcome Mr. Amit with a planter. Thank you.
We welcome Mr. Pulak Jain, a distinguished leader in the transaction banking and financial services domain, as a panelist today. With over 14 years of expertise, Mr. Pulak Jain has a remarkable track record in driving innovation and excellence in cash management and payment services. Currently, he is the co-founder, chief business officer, and head of strategy at Transbank, a pioneer platform in the transactional banking space. His entrepreneurial journey began in 2023 after a successful career in leading financial institutions. Prior to founding Transbank, Mr. Pulak has been part of our esteemed organization, including Indus Bank, Kotak Mahindra Bank, Yes Bank, Axis Bank, and ICICI Bank.
May I now request Mr. Abhyutkarsh, Vice President, Management Grid, to kindly welcome Mr. Pulak Jain with a planter. Thank you.
It's a privilege to introduce our esteemed panelist, Mr. Siddharth Chaturvedi, a visionary leader with over 15 years of experience in driving digital transformation and innovation in B2B and B2C commerce, product strategy, and mobile technologies. Currently, he serves as the Director of Products at Power2 SME, where he leads groundbreaking initiatives in raw material procurement, NBFC loan management, and digital ecosystems for SMEs.
May I now request Ms. Neha Chaudhary, General Secretary Management Grid, to kindly welcome Mr. Siddharth Chaturvedi with a planter. Thank you. We are delighted to introduce Ms. Namrata Gupta, Amazon best-selling author of 5 popular novels, and has been featured in Filmfare, Times of India, Outlook India, The Indian Express, and more prominent newspapers as a promising writer. Her 5th book, titled White Horses, Dark Shadows, is Amazon's bestseller and has bagged the 3rd position at Great Indian Writers Award 2022 and securing a film adaptation. May I now request Mr. Shivesh Tripathi, Treasurer, Management Grid, to kindly welcome Ms. Namrata Gupta with a planter.
Now, we would like to hand over the session to our esteemed moderator, Dr. Ekta Singhal, Assistant Professor at LBSIM. Please, ma'am.
Thank you. I think the length of the mic is not working for me. Yeah, perfect. So good afternoon and welcome to all of you to the first panel of today's summit, which is Personalization and Privacy Striking the Right Balance. And I would thank to all the panelists for taking out time and being here. So before we start, just a quick raise of hands from the audience because it's for you guys. So how many of you actually read privacy policies before accepting, that click button? Just a quick show of hands. Great, so just two, right? So, and how many of you like receiving personalized recommendations, be it books, movies, shows? Quite many, right? So I think that proves the point, right? So, and it's very true, like instead of living our lives these days, we are actually documenting everything, right? From our job, education, promotion, everything is there online. And I think Mr. Amit is from the HR tech industry and he would know it better, like there's everything online. And at the same time, we like to receive personalized recommendation information. It just solves the purpose. It's very convenient. But there's a cost attached to it. And gradually, each one of us is trying to understand that the cost of sharing personal data is huge. And this is what you all will help me discuss on. So starting with, I think, Mr. Siddharth, the question is, do you think consumers are becoming more willing to trade privacy for personalized experiences, or is there a growing resistance towards the same?
Yeah, good afternoon, esteemed panel and students. So when we talk about privacy and we also talk about personalization, if we use this together, it sounds like an oxymoron to me. Right? These two can't be together. You want privacy and yet you want personalization. And something that you did, even I wanted to do a show of hands about this particular thing, that how many of us like personalization, and as the audience has shown, everybody loves personalization. Personalization gives us that instant gratification, which I think the entire generation is built upon, right? And it has some tangible benefits also attached to it. You give your number, you give an email ID, and you receive a coupon. So those kind of things definitely help. And each one of us, the number of apps that we use, whether it's Netflix, whether it's Spotify, Amazon, every app is personalized to the interest areas of our liking. So personalization, I think, is settled that everybody likes it. Now coming to the second part of this question, which is on resistance towards data capturing. I think there is a trend. There definitely is a trend, but that is more to do with the news that we see in the market, right? With each passing day, we see news about data breaches, we see news about leakage of personal identifiable information, right? From the likes of even Facebook, that Cambridge Analytica kind of scandal, to all those data breaches which happens in our country also. So I think that kind of puts a doubt in our minds whether my data is safe with the brands that I trust my data with. The second part on this data privacy is that I think each one of us gradually is, I would say, for lack of better word, we are distrusting these big tech companies, right? So while we want to use their services, but we are still fearful of how my personal data will be used with those organizations, right? And those organizations are also getting very big, the likes of Microsoft or Amazon or Google. We know the data can be used across their platforms. And then there is a general government push also towards data protection, at least in our industry. Namrata would also agree. There is a large push towards data protection of clients, right? There are similar initiatives across the globe. When we talk about GDPR kind of initiatives, which is in European Union, and even some American states have kind of enacted laws for data protection. So we keep hearing these kind of news, so automatically I think everybody kind of thinks that maybe, yes, our data is at stake, and this is something that we need to protect. But this was a scary part that nobody was actually, nobody reads the privacy policy or the terms and conditions. In fact, there is another experiment that I would want you to do once you are done with your session. See the number of apps you have on your phone and see the number of permissions you have given to those apps. You should question those apps. Say, why should a banking app know my location? Yeah. Similarly, why should a travel app have access to my media, right? So those kind of questions you need to keep asking. And gradually, once you are out of the market, you become marketers and the brand owners, you need to draw those lines that as a marketer, as a brand owner, as an organization, what kind of data protection I need to do so that my brand is promoted in an ethical manner, right? So that's my take on data protection. Ultimately, brands which actually make that effort of data protection would win the war. Personalization, yes, will go hand in hand. It would be a trade-off between, a delicate trade-off, that is, between what I want to personalize, the kind of information I want to get, with what kind of data.
So the same question to Mr. Pulak, but more in the financial context. What's the willingness versus resistance there?
So in my opinion, first, if you say we are striking a balance, we are not. We are miserably failing at it. From the perspective, every one of us sitting here is a prospective client for at least few of the companies out there, right? The only problem I see here is, are we asking the right question? Are we asking the right question at the right time? As my co-panelist Siddharth also suggested, we really need to have a check on these, companies out there who are looking to dig our data. Frankly speaking, we are almost at a brink of, share entire life of ours just by sharing our mobile number. I'm sure most of you guys share your mobile number while eating out, while shopping. It's just that number. Post the centralized system came in, Aadhaar came in, that was there. But the DPDP Act or the Data Protection Act actually came in 2023. We have already, hit the bottom by the time it actually came in. So, yes, it needs to be done. The problem statement I see here is, we are still in a learning phase. We are moving very quickly, but the information flow, how to manage that is still missing out. So personalization is nothing much more than the ease of doing anything, right? Every one of us are short on time. So we just quickly go ahead and say, yes, let's log in from my email ID, which is there already. Get on with it. Just to, so I come from a fintech background, and we do understand how the data is being mined, how, the new age consumers are moving towards. So frankly speaking, it is just about, I choose one of you and figure out what you have done in your last entire life cycle. We can do it in like 2 minutes. Any one of us. Till the time 2023 DPDP Act came in, no one was stopping anyone. So you are already there as a consumer to most of the players. So while choosing personalized, services, ease of and convenience of having services, you really need to strike a balance between yourself, between the ease and the privacy of your data.
Thank you. Mr. Ahmed, the same question, but you are in the HR industry and you, plan to solve the HR management of other companies. So are the companies willing to share their, critical employee data with you so that you can give them better services?
So I'm not from the HR industry. We help organizations manage their people better. From that perspective, yes, and I'll come to that. But let me just make a similar point to what has already been made. So if we can please look up and pay attention here from your phones. You can look at my LinkedIn profile later. I've got a lot of invites already. I promise I'll accept all. So what do you think Starbucks sells? People have already, quite knowledgeable guys.
We do that in our classes.
Yeah. So the same example, huh? I did a paper on that, by the way. So if they sell experience, what do you think is the major tool that allows them to do it? Personalization. And what do you think is the currency of attaining that personalization? Privacy. In today's world, there is no privacy because privacy is determined by the user lesser than the brand. So every time you complain that my iPhone, Apple doesn't allow customization, Android is way ahead, what Apple allows you is guided personalization. Because for each of us marketers out here, you are just a PII, personally identified information. That's all you are for us. And if I were to just do a Google, I was so surprised that I was getting a lot of spam, and I Googled my own number. And my number was in at least 5 PDF files on script. HNI database, CXOs, 15 years plus executives. It's available on script. There is no privacy. Every time you open an app, every time you register for an email ID, every time you go shop, every time you browse something, you are just feeding me as a marketer more information about yourself, right? So balancing privacy and the need for personalization is actually in your hands as a consumer. You don't have much control over it. And with AI coming in, it's almost getting impossible to do that. If I start on what AI can do, you'd be shocked, but that's a 1-hour session, maybe some other day. Coming back to how organizations like us do it. So let me first tell you that we don't see you as a shopper or as a consumer. We see you as your customer journey. Where does your journey start? Every time you come onto your website, I identified that this hit came from LBSIM. You go to a particular page, I identify whether you are consuming a piece of content or you're serious about it, because you can't read my page in less than 15 seconds, right? Every time you fill up a form, download an ebook, I'm learning more about you. I presented about 5 years back a paper in Florida on the Sitecore Symposium, where the topic was personalization at scale. And the highlight of my paper was that you as a consumer, no matter what step you take, you are actually leaking information every time you show an intent throughout your journey. And my job as a marketer is to tap all of that. At People Strong, we have not just, so our super app, what we call, is the #1 rated HR app on Play Store and Google, and on an Android and Apple. It is our responsibility to not only adhere to the DPDP Act, but also educate the organizations on how their users can protect their information. To which we launched something like a WhatsApp for Business way back before WhatsApp for Business came in. It's called Zippy, which allows enterprise-grade encryption for you to create work groups and so on and so forth. Guess what the adoption was? Take a wild guess. Throughout 2 million users. 5%. Despite enterprises telling their people, if you want to have any business communication, do it on this super app, they chose not to because they wanted freedom. So the balance between privacy and personalization is actually in your hands. Just to tell you where personalization is going, so according to Standard & Poor's and McKinsey reports, any organization that adopts allows users to personalize their journeys, they report anywhere between 5 to 15% profits. But the same users of those companies, 85% of them said that we don't trust these brands with the personalization they're enabling. So coming back, you are nothing but a PII for the brand. It is your choice on how personalized you want your experience to be. And that choice will actually determine how you are marketed to. Because every time you speak to an Alexa, every time you visit a website, open an app, read an email, you are sending signals of intent to me. What I choose to do with that intent is according to my ethical and transparency guidelines.
Great. Mr. Anuj, you are heading the fundraising and digital marketing at HelpAge India. So my question to you is, like, what are some of the real successful examples of using personalized communication to increase your donor engagement and retention?
Great, thank you so much. Hi folks, so coming back to retention and the marrying this up with, I mean, let's start from, let's start with the brand journey here. So say for example, you talk about any brand here these days, the main aim is to garner as many sales, as many conversions as possible. That's how a brand journey or a brand builds up, right? To be able to do that, what these brands want at the end of the day is to understand the user behavior in much more deeper way. And like my fellow panelist spoke about, you have data breaches coming in at the same time. You don't even know these days how many apps have your permissions of your photos or your voice. I mean, you're speaking, you're giving instructions to Alexa and Google these days. So every single part, and at the same time with Apple coming in with Face ID these days, they have your retina display as well. I mean, they have your information about your eyes as well at the same time. So I mean, think about these guys. I mean, with AI coming into picture, with all of these new technologies coming into picture, there are heavy chances of data breaches, right? So as a brand HelpAge, to be very honest, our idea here was to, I mean, keeping in view that we are from a non-profit space and we want to ensure the good work that we do, right? We have to ensure that we tell our donors about the good work that we do. And we take consent primarily from our donors when they're actually signing up on our website, right? These are some basic areas where we initially focused upon. And then we are also getting into implementing technologies where we can keep in hashed data. So nobody in the system is actually able to access that data at all within the organization. So those are these kind of systems that we are moving towards and implementing moving forward. So I guess that's a better way moving forward. Plus also communicating that what are the reasons why we'll be using your particular data. So in our case, we do communicate that to our prospective donors. And I think that's the way forward we should move with. Information, taking consent, and telling them exactly where we are using your data. I think that's how you build trust. And that should be at the forefront for all the brands these days.
Absolutely.
Just wanted to add something. So how many of you have read the article, or rather there's a complete piece on it, which is called "There Is No Free Will"? None? Go do that. You guys, most of you guys will be sitting on the chair of a marketer very soon and taking these decisions. There is no free will in a free world. The biggest oxymoron of the century. There is no free will in the free world, because for every decision you take, every perception you make, there's background information of being exposed to certain news, certain articles, certain websites, certain kind of social media influencers, every time you make a decision, each time. So do go read up on that. When you sit here very soon, you'll realize that personalization, ethics, and privacy, how to juggle between that. It's not an easy thing to do.
Absolutely. So moving to Namrata, you've authored 5 books, which is commendable. So how does understanding your audience's preference influence your writing process and the books that you write? Is there a space for what audience wants?
So I think as an author, it's very meaningful to know about your audience, right? And you have so many data points, but at the same time, you have to realize that writing is ultimately a creative endeavor. So striking the right balance between probably knowing what your audience wants and knowing their preferences and mingling it in a creative framework is how I deal with it as an author. So for example, when I was releasing this fifth book, White Horses, Dark Shadows, I did not know which cover designer to go for. So for that, I needed specific data points on how I can probably give a better experience to my readers and probably help them pick this book up. So for that, I used a simple data point. I use social media. So I just put up samples of these cover designers on my story, and I created a poll out of it, just asking people randomly on what would excite them more, which of the covers would excite them more. And I made that decision primarily on the answers that I got from that poll. So it was like me aligning with market demands and knowing my audience preferences. So the way I do it is that I try to align the audience preferences with my own creative endeavors. Now, I would not say that I did not have any options of cover designers, right? So I probably shortlisted and then made a data scientific kind of an approach towards selecting one of the covers. So this is probably one data point that we can use. And the second example that I would like to give is that, so for example, all of us have these websites where we get to know what is trending on social media and what are the keywords that's going around. So if I'm looking for maybe a title of my book, I would probably look out for what keywords are people searching on Amazon. So I would try to incorporate one of those keywords into the title of my book so that when I'm listing my book on Amazon probably, I get a better search rate and a better click-through rate, and I do not have to push in extra money towards marketing the book when I can easily put in some keywords, right? So the end-to-end journey, right from where you begin ideating for a book to probably writing the content of the book and marketing it well, is based somewhere around data and knowing your audience and knowing your audience preferences. Even when you're writing a book, so for example, when this book has, one of the protagonists of this book is an influencer. Now, when I started writing this book, influencer culture was at peak. And people really wanted to know about the life of influencers, their lifestyle, and what are the challenges that they go through. Now, I identified that probably this was a need that I needed to cater to. So what I did was that I catered to that need in a fiction format where I would show up a character as being an influencer, but at the same time, I would be strategic enough to not let it control the narrative. So being an influencer would be a trait of one of the characters of my book, but it would not control the entire narrative. So as an author, I would still keep my creative identity intact, my own unique style intact, and at the same time, I would also cater to the demands of my audience, right? Like shaping up a character that would gel well with them. So, so like I said, audience preferences is like, it can be a gold mine for the author, but you have to understand that it should not be a forced thing that you give to your audience, right? You're not feeding your audience with a lot of data based on what research you do about them, but it's just that you're doing it in a very customized format while at the same time maintaining your own integrity, your own unique style. So up to the writing journey, like I've told you, this is how I implement my data analytics. Now coming up to what response I receive from my books. So whenever I want to know how, probably I want to understand how other people looking at my books, I would just do a simple search. I will go to Amazon, look at the reviews, and on Amazon you have this section where what people are saying about your book, you get it in a nutshell through the AI that Amazon is using, right? So you would get those specific keywords. So for example, if I know that probably in this book, this unusual ending is hitting people hard, or this fast-paced plot is hitting people hard, or people are not liking this abrupt ending, then probably in my future books, what I'll do is that I'll create a special creative emphasis on those particular points, probably. And I'm saying emphasis. I'm not saying that I will let it drive my book. I'm saying that I would lay a specific emphasis on that particular point so as to how I can probably integrate it or not integrate it in my future works. I can also brainstorm on the subplots by, just going on forums, maybe chat forums, and just asking people randomly on whether they would like to read a book of this sorts or not. And that's like a spin-off of ideas that you do without actually creating an entire book out of it and then choosing the best. So I think it helps, but at the same time, being an author, I would say that it's good to have your own unique style, because in the long run, what gels well with audience and what creates a loyal fan base is your own unique style. But at the same time, since all of it is about selling. You have to market it well, and then I think there is what the data comes into.
Very interesting. So what I understand from the marketeers or the company's perspective, we need more and more data, right, for better sales. And from the customer's perspective, they need privacy, but at the same time, they need personalization. So my question to Mr. Siddharth is, how do you see this balance evolving in future years to come, like especially in the next 5 years, after the implementation of DPDP Act of 2023?
Yeah, so while I'm no seer to have seen 5 to 10 years ahead, but based upon my understanding of this industry and the way it has progressed in the last few years, I see 3 distinct ways in which this would pan out. First, from a consumer perspective, the consumers, I hope, at least I hope that the consumers will become more demanding in terms of their data protection. They would want more authority, more autonomy in the way they would want to manage their own data. So something like Google has implemented, right? You can see what kind of data it has captured, what kind of interest area Google has assigned to you, right? So, and you can choose to opt out of some of those at least. So this would become more applicable across different brands. And brands which support this would obviously find favor with the consumers. So at one side, consumers will become more and more demanding. The second thing is I see technology to play a very important role. So me being a person from technology side, I do see it happening. So a lot of emphasis would be on lesser data processing on the server side, which is on the brand side, and more on the device side. So now we all have seen those ads of Apple also, which talks about protection of privacy and those kind of things. So even advertising and personalization would be very device centric. That is something that I am very sure would happen in the next few years. Okay, then most of the marketers would understand the concept of cookies, right? Wherein a particular website or an app would drop a cookie and then similar ads are then shown on different websites. So these kind of things are personally identifiable that we were talking about, but I see this to get more anonymized, right? So I think more and more industry will move towards, and once again, I think Google has taken that initiative. They are talking about cohorts of people, right? So they are talking about that here are few people who are interested in this. So it cannot identify whether I'm Siddharth, Amit, right? Those kind of personally identifiable information won't be there, but it would be age group, gender, and those kind of things, and targeting would happen on that. AI would definitely play a role in it. So a lot of those recommendations would be again based upon AI and less about I want to target this product to this particular person. So as an example, we all shop on Amazon, right? So Amazon knows that this is the product bouquet that I have and this is what I want to promote it to somebody who's interested in these kind of things. So that won't happen from an Amazon perspective. It would happen from an app perspective, that on the app itself, app will decide that here is the person, let me check what are the products available, and that AI engine within the app will then promote it. So as such, Amazon main servers won't have those kind of data, right? At least I hope that these kind of things do happen. So this is from the technology. We spoke about consumer, and then obviously the government regulatory kind of thing with DPDP Act, and there are more regulations which are being discussed in Ministry of IT. Well, those have still not been codified as law, but on the data protection side, how do you want to protect data? So more and more laws would come. Consumer advocacy groups would come, right? These kind of panels would again push the consumers to think about their data protection. So that would happen. Brands will get more conscious, so I think they would want to differentiate themselves by showing that they protect the data in an ethical manner, right? Today we talk about brands promoting the environmentally conscious, they are environmentally conscious, socially sustainable, right? Those kind of things. Those are differentiator for them. LEED certified buildings, hotels, those kind of things. Similarly, ethically, data managers would also be part of those marketing spiels that they do, that we manage data ethically. So when these guys pass out and they are part of those brands, I'm sure this would become part of their campaigns also, that we manage data in an ethical manner. There could be clear-cut instructions when you actually interact with any brand through an app, through a website, through direct interaction with a kiosk or even in a store, that how will we use this data and why this data is important for us to better your experience. I think those kind of communication will hopefully get more clearer. So I think these are broadly those things that I see panning out in the next few years, and more focus on consumers and brand, and ultimately brands which are able to communicate about these ethical data management practices properly would find, again, favor with all the consumers.
Right. So I think a lot of this evolution depends on the choice they make, right, regarding privacy. Okay, so my question to Mr. Pulak is, how can fintech companies mitigate risk of data breaches while providing personalized solutions to the customers?
So before answering that, I would like to give everyone another perspective to this. Okay. What everyone thinks, government wants this to happen, the openness, the data information flow across. What's your view? Maybe anyone?
As long as it's not going to China.
Sounds good, but as a general, generic thought process, would they like it? You, as a consumer, you accepting it, you're sharing your information. What is government view on this? Anyone have any view on this?
Government wants it. Government does not want brands to.
So I'll add on to this. Every, democratic government, I can at least tell you right away, they want you to accept this. And I tell you the reason. It brings the consumerism, which means that every person who's accepting it is getting into the economy. Now look at from the overall open, from bird's eye view, government wants consumerism to be there so the economy grows up. Every consumer adding up adds multi-fold transaction to every, in the economy itself. So if you ask me, it's like, selling cigarettes, it's harmful to everyone, right? Government knows it pretty well. They still let you, right? Why? Or let everyone there, because it brings consumer in, it helps in ecosystem, economy. So there we stand. Answering to your question, the second part to it, how the digital, okay, so fintech helps in digitizing all this information. So we are technically helping the government to get this data, right? What we are still, the government, what they have added on to this is added a consent to it. And that's not by, choice. That's that's something government needs to implement. However, from the fintech perspective, there have been set up guidelines, and specifically DPDP guidelines says no consumer data needs to be stored outside India. So again, answering to Amit as well, why China? Why we want to benefit China, right? Indian economy wants to have Indian consumer to be consuming Indian goods itself, right? And the data can be, can lead to, it could lead to a lot of other things as well, security breaches and other things as well. So that is the reason, I think, from looking for the overall perspective, now they have put it on the individual itself, that you have to store your data, you have to manage it. What the fintechs are doing right now, we are trying to implement the authorization processes. They're trying to implement the consents. Right now, the problem statement itself is data is getting breached, data is being captured without the consent, authorization of all the consumers. There, the digital fintechs and digital players are actually playing a bigger role. And obviously, if you're following RBI, if you're following financial institutions, there have been a lot of actions which have been taken by RBI on this front. Two-factor authentication se leke, you may figure out the breaches has led because there were no consent on the data itself. And anyone could have accessed your data without any permission from you. So even if you give it to one of the organization, it can go to multiple organizations. So I'm pretty sure Google is one of the simplest of the examples. If you'll read the privacy policy out there, it says to Google and its sister concerns, or your group companies of Google. Figure out how many partners Google have. It also says partner. Everyone is partner of Google.
Partner network.
Partner network. So technically, by saying yes to Google, you're saying actually to everyone.
Every agency that is digital marketing agency.
Absolutely. So to answer your question again, what we can do, if consent is there, no one can do anything actually. What we are trying to do is trying to ensure the information flow, the consent flow is maintained everywhere. We're trying hard. Every fintech is actually working on this side of the story because RBI is very strict on this, and we are happy, and we feel that this now goes to fintech, how efficiently and digitally we are able to do so. So that's another perspective I wanted to put in into the play.
Great. Mr. Anuj, so how can HelpAge India innovate its fundraising efforts by including both these aspects of privacy and personalization?
That's a tricky question. Certain confidential pieces of information that I cannot divulge, but yeah.
So just a simple example would do.
Sure. No worries. But coming back to the original point that we were discussing, privacy and personalization, I think these are the two key elements, as I was saying, for any particular brand, right? So it is important for us as HelpAge India to really understand why would you want to be connected to a cause? I mean, not so sexy a cause. It's a cause for saving the disadvantaged elderly population of India. Yeah, I mean, in our industry, we say that it's not a sexy cause. Yeah, but
Till you show me a viral ad.
sure, and that's exactly where HelpAge India has shut down its advertising, primarily around showing pain, showing elderly in distress in their advertising after the ASCII 2 guidelines came into picture for advertising here in India. And we prefer rather telling what the challenges are and at the same time showing happy faces of our beneficiaries, of our people staying in our old age homes, to be very honest, who are happy, where we have really good case stories. We cannot show you the pain. That's the simple fundamental of HelpAge, right? We don't want to sadden your Insta reel or Instagram feed or a Facebook feed with any of these things. So yeah, I mean, coming back to the point, how to grow the fundraising efforts, I guess by talking about our cause and by showing positive case stories. That's the way forward. And probably what we also do at the same time is we tend to talk to our beneficiaries if on a monthly or on a quarterly basis, if they want to really pour their heart out and send a letter to our donors, to our esteemed donors who help the HelpAge India brand sustain since 1978. So yeah, we are still here, and we're going to be there. We're going to be supporting. So that's how we've moved forward. I would have some closing remarks at the end.
Yeah, so I think I have just about 8 minutes left with me. So I would request Mr. Amit and Namrata to just share one piece of advice for our young audience as to how they can, really go ahead and understand the privacy concern part of this balance.
Educate yourself. So bullet points first. Educate yourself. Listen, for God's sake, to what the industry pundits are telling you, what you're reading in the news. And third, how to say this delicately, temper your expectations. Today's everybody, not just this generation, we are looking for convenience. And for that convenience, we don't want to even, so much so that when I go into a store, I don't even want to go to the aisles to view. I want to go into the, what do you call, magic mirrors and be dressed in it. So why I said educate is because, do you know, so Zomato was very recently trolled for a notification that they sent to people, right? You know what I'm talking about. If you don't, I would not want to say this on this forum, but very recently and very often they're getting trolled. Yeah, I don't want to, Zomato is a potential client, so. Second, do you know who in B2C, or rather in today's world, which are the companies who are getting funded and why? Any guesses? No. On what criteria? Customer data. The bigger your customer data, the more information, PI and behavioral information you have, you're worth gold to an investor. Look at the history of companies who have been invested in. That's the moneymaker. So educate. Last piece of advice, when he was talking about consent, there are going to be startups very soon, or there already are, who are going to use blockchain, and you already have browsers like DuckDuckGo. Similarly, you have privacy protectors where, for example, Apple, hide my email. Do use them. VPNs. No, actually, no, VPN का use किसी और चीज़ के लिए. No comments. But yes, do use them. In fact, join those startups, educate yourself, support the movement, educate others, especially your parents. That's all. That's all advice I would want to give.
Okay, so I would probably give 3 pointers on this. So first, don't be impulsive while you're downloading apps, right? So there are some apps, you may use them for hotel bookings or flight bookings or whatever, for travel purposes or just general apps in general. Just look at their privacy policy before you download them, because there are some apps which don't allow you to delete your account after you create it. Now the data is stored in their servers, plus the data is accessible to all their employees, and you cannot even skip the promotional messages also, because they don't allow you to delete your account. So just read through them very carefully. Second, just know the basics of some privacy concerns, like just know that nobody can have your Aadhaar in their phone unmasked. So when you're probably going out, giving your government ID proofs, if you're sharing your Aadhaar, give the unmasked version of it. So probably you cannot escape it, but you can just from your end, you can create the right checks and balances and probably balance it well. Third, if you are somebody who's into the social media space, probably you have to understand that there's a difference between personalization and privacy, in the sense that personalization is tailoring your interactions and your content in a way that resonates with your audience. But in that game, you do not have to overexpose your private life or overshare. So just strike the right balance there. I'm sure a lot of you would be on social media, and probably you are some influencers budding influencers. So probably you can use this. So simple advice, like just 3 points.
And for God's sake, please keep your nose clean, because digital nose clean.
Yeah.
You never know what's coming.
Okay, so I'll open, one question from the audience if anybody has anything that they want to ask. Yes, please.
So this would depend, I think, on company to company, on the way they have structured their revenue streams. So this could be a very good revenue stream for a lot of organization. In fact, I have worked with those kind of organization where certain kind of information was used for promotion of similar interest kind of things. Overlapping interests. Yeah, Zoho and Zendesk. And so whether it's B2B, it's not only about B2B, it's B2B, B2C. I think you had speaker from InfoEdge earlier. So I was also part of InfoEdge, and there we had a separate ad sales program in which job seekers were targeted with courses, with study abroad options. So this kind of complements with what you are currently doing, which will enhance your skills or opportunities outside. So as long as it's kind of not done in a very slimy kind of manner, I think this will depend on organization to organization. In case of our organization, we have a strict no. We don't do any third-party promotion about any other B2B product to our SME audience. So that's the stand that our organization has taken.
So it's basically, quite industry specific as well. So when you talk about regulated industries, okay, there are guidelines around it. You cannot, for example, as power to SME or NBFCs or banks, they're strictly adhering to the guidelines which are being laid down by RBI. But not all entities, not all industries have certain kind of guidelines, right? Tight guidelines, I'll put it this way. However, I still can go as a user, consumer, and ask that company, how did you share my data without my consent? So it's an open point. I'll put it this way, generally terms and conditions are being accepted. That's the reason that no legal feud gets into the play. But yes, if you ask me, safest way to do is, if the company has been consent, he can actually share your data with anyone. That's as simple as that. But it is still industry to industry specific.
Just to add to that, even if they don't have your consent, how many of you live in Dwarka? How many of you have a MyGate application? How many of you have started receiving property dealer के phone calls? Sir, sector 11 से बोल रहे property बहुत अच्छी है, metro station के पीछे है, right? So the right thing to do is to make sure that you raise enough noise and asks for your privacy. To your question, would you sell your data? It's not companies who sell data. I'll give you an example. I have a phone number which nobody has. Only Airtel and a bank has that information. Even on that number, I've started receiving SMSs and IVR calls, automated IVR calls, right? So you got to fight for your privacy. In B2B, if I am running, I'm hands up, I'm guilty. I'm looking at my competition who has been doing a lot of dirty work in the field. And what I've done is I went to Google, created a bot, asked that bot to crawl every single social media and post that has been made, articles that has been written. I now have 250 of their 500 clients mapped out. So if I want to find information, there's nothing stopping me. What you as a consumer have to do is fight for your privacy, either through online complaints. ये डालो ना, again I'm not going to take names, client का ही है. This bank, fintech, is आपके पास, I can guarantee you, हर किसी के पास एक महीने में 5 कॉल आता होगा, right? Tag their CEO on LinkedIn and ask, get 100, 150 people, 200 people on X, on LinkedIn, ask them the question, who gave you the permission to call me? And then see the market change. Companies don't sell. Individuals sell that information. They do the data breaches. But who's the victim and who is to be blamed? It's you.
Great. But to be very honest, I want to still brainstorm a little more on your question, right? I'll throw it back to you. Why would you want to buy data from any other organization? A pretty vague question, I'll say, but I'll answer it in another way. As marketers, we have the option to target an X brands or a Y brands audiences, their traffic, their consumers. We have the option. Google gives us the option, Meta gives us the option, all the advertising platform gives us these options, right? So you don't need to really buy the data. The other way around is already open, and it's wide open. Right, and as a non-profit organization, I didn't had the money capacity to really buy data from the market, right? I had to find other ways. So the ways are already there in the market, right? Via advertising platforms itself. So I can target you if you're roaming around this particular college. I can pin it on Meta, and I can say all the students in interest categories within that 0.5 kilometer radius of this particular institute. I can do that. So it's possible. So again, you just have to apply some brains rather than finding the easy way out, as we call it. So anyhow, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you so much. So with this, I'll be closing the panel, and the closing remark would be, the choice is in your hands. So be aware, be more cautious. And thank you so much to our panelists for such an engaging session and to our audience. And let's continue this conversation beyond this session. Thank you so much.
Just wanted to add one last thing here, and I wanted to add my closing remarks here. To be very honest, when you go home today, me coming from an organization who takes care of the elderly, you may have, I'm sure you would have elderly in your houses everywhere, right? And they would definitely have their bank accounts. They would have their mobile applications where they've installed net banking applications and so on and so forth. Try and take that away. They are the most vulnerable, to be very honest, because they have the money in their accounts, right? And those are the target people where scammers are targeting at this point of time. So take care of your family members that way. Go ahead, log into Google. There is an option to check where your password has been breached, how many times. Go ahead, check it, and ensure that you change your passwords. कहाँ पे भी जितने भी तुम्हारे पुराने passwords भी breach हुए हैं, right? Yeah, use Google Authenticator on your, there are a lot of authenticator apps where you don't need OTPs. It generates OTPs every 30 seconds, right? So use authenticators on your main accounts, right? That's the way that you should go. Now go check privacy settings on your phones. What apps are using what information. Ensure that you revoke access for any unnecessary apps that really do not need that information. There are websites government has launched to check where your Aadhaar card has been accessed. Go ahead, check it, do it for your parents, do it for your family members. I mean, provide them, give them that knowledge that they can do it, right? Then again, another set of things that where people get scammed is elders, parents, they don't really know उनके नाम पे loan लिए जा चुके हैं, parallelly scam हो चुका है, जो कि I found it recently for my dad. There was a 2 lakh rupee loan that was taken on his behalf by some, I don't want to name the bank here, but some employee within the bank. So I don't want to name the bank there, but yeah, that has happened in my case as well. So I've been very cautious after that. So ensure there are third-party websites by the government as well where you can check, put in your Aadhaar card, and you can actually find out कि आपके respective family members के around कोई loans वगैरह तो नहीं चल रहे हैं, right? That they're not aware of. Read through the Act, Privacy Act, the Data Protection Act. Keep abreast about the news that's launching. What are the latest scams that are actually happening these days? Be aware, guys, right? And ये VPNs तो किसी और चीज़ के लिए use होते हैं, but ठीक है. You can also have those filters and incognito window options. Right? So DuckDuckGo, you have these options. So please go ahead and use these. The key is, जब तक आपका trust किसी चीज़ पे build नहीं होता है, please don't give your information. Please, you have the option on every website these days to untick the box where your data, your consent is being asked. If there is no such box, you can write an email to any email. When you receive emails from those organizations, right, there is an option to unsubscribe. It is the responsibility of that organization to put you in that unsubscribe list, right? So just be aware, ask questions, be more informative, read news. That's
hold people responsible.
Yes, and hold people
hold
responsible.
the brands responsible.
Yes, right. We're not going against any brands here, but yeah, that's how pretty strong remarks. But we've seen that piece happening. That's where I'd like to close. Yeah.
We thank you all for your active participation in this session. We hope you've gained valuable insights and connections. Let's continue the conversation and collaborate to shape the future of marketing. By working together, we can achieve even greater heights.
May I now invite Dr. Chavi Gupta to present a memento to our esteemed panelist, Mr. Anuj, as a token of our gratitude. Thank you. May I now invite Dr. Shweta Suman to present a memento to our esteemed panelist, Mr. Amit T, as a token of our gratitude. Thank you.
Sorry guys, I got to leave. Thank you. It was nice interacting with all of you. We'll connect on LinkedIn or meet somewhere in similar kind of a session. And thank you very much. Buy this, guys. I read about it.
May I now invite Dr. Sheila Bhargav to present a memento to our esteemed panelist, Mr. Pulak Jain, as a token of our gratitude. Thank you. May I now invite Dr. Khushbu Raina to present a memento to our esteemed panelist, Mr. Siddharth Chaturvedi, as a token of our gratitude. Thank you. May I now invite Dr. Kuwar Milan Singh to present a memento to our esteemed panelist, Ms. Namrata Gupta, as a token of our gratitude.
I now request all the panelists to kindly pose for a group photograph.
Singh, our distinguished panelists, Ms. Sangeeta Mukherjee, Mr. Nakul Chaturvedi, Ms. Sherin Dogra, and our esteemed moderator, Dr. Rajiv Siroi, to join us on the stage. We eagerly look forward to their insights on this vital topic. Ma'am, you have to be seated, right?
It is a privilege to introduce Ms. Lata Singh, an inspiring business leader and technology innovator, as our keynote speaker for today. With over 27 years of rich industry experience, Ms. Singh has consistently demonstrated exceptional leadership in consultative sales, ecosystem management, and driving technology adoption across diverse industries. Currently, serving as the partner, GIC Strategic Partner Leader at IBM Consulting, Ms. Lata Singh focuses on fostering strategic collaborations, building strong industry and technology assets, and mentoring talent. Her tenure at IBM has spanned several leadership roles. Ms. Lata Singh holds a Master of Arts degree from Delhi University. She is also a certified professional in areas such as AI ethics, generative AI, and enterprise design thinking. Her dedication to continuous learning and inclusivity is evident in her work as a diversity and inclusion champion, mentoring women to build successful careers. Recognized globally, Ms. Lata Singh was featured in the prestigious 2021 Women of the Channel list by CRN, reflecting her impactful contributions to the tech and business world. We are eager to hear from her and gain insights from her remarkable journey. May I request Mr. Robin Sharma, Secretary Management Grid, to kindly welcome Ms. Lata Singh with a planter.
Please join me in welcoming our esteemed panelist, Ms. Sangeeta Mukherjee. She began her career in advertising with the Times of India Group. With over 15 years of experience, she has worked with leading media houses such as TV Today Network, UFO Movies, Share in Asia Group, and Yap Digital Private Limited. Her collaborations include brands like Volvo, Tourism Australia, Coca-Cola, Maruti Suzuki, Square Enix, and NPCI. Currently, she is leading brand solutions for North and East India at Pocket Aces, a cutting-edge digital entertainment company. Pocket Aces reaches 50 million viewers weekly across platforms like Filtercopy, Dice Media, Gobble, and Nutshell, and collaborates with over 200 content creators, shaping the future of media for Gen Z and millennials. In 2020, she was featured in Women Inspired World for her contributions to the digital and influencer marketing sector and has been a part of their mentorship program. Her social impact work includes spearheading the Teach India initiative with the Times of India and her continued involvement in child education for underprivileged students. Ms. Sangeeta is also a United Nations volunteer and has worked with N Foundations for over a year. Beyond her professional career, she is also a trained Odissi dancer. May I request Ms. Smriti Garg, Coordinator, Genesis Club, LBSIM, to kindly welcome Ms. Sangeeta Mukherjee with a planter.
It is an honor to welcome our distinguished panelist, Mr. Nakul Chaturvedi, a dynamic brand strategist, marketing expert, and growth leader with a wealth of experience in brand management, integrated campaigns, and customer acquisition. His career spans over 15 years, during which he has held pivotal roles in top organizations like Airtel, Videocon, Rediffusion YNR, and Lolintas. Most recently, he served as an Assistant Vice President, Growth and Brand Strategy at Univo Education and Head of Marketing, Brand and PR at Delta Tech Gaming Limited. At Airtel, he led impactful initiatives, including managing over 1 billion INR in media spends and driving financial literacy campaigns across 10,000 plus villages. Mr. Nakul is an advocate for consumer insights, storytelling, and AI-driven marketing. His expertise lies in category management, P&L optimization, and innovative marketing solutions. His educational background includes an MBA in marketing from Bharati Vidyapeeth Pune University. Driven by a passion for creating innovative and relevant brand strategies, Mr. Nakul embodies a commitment to excellence and continuous learning. May I request Ms. Nandini Shukla, Coordinator Genesis Club LBSIM, to kindly welcome Mr. Nakul Chaturvedi with a planter.
It is a great honor to welcome our distinguished panelist, Ms. Sherin Dogra. Ms. Sherin Dogra is an accomplished business leader, strategic problem solver, and marketing expert with over 19 years of experience spanning both Elcobev and real estate industries. She has a remarkable track record of innovative marketing strategies that have significantly enhanced customer lifetime value across multinational and indigenous organizations. She currently serves as the Chief Marketing Officer at Bharti Real Estate and previously held leadership roles at MR India, DLF Limited, and renowned brands like William Grant & Sons and Pernod Ricard India. Throughout her career, she has excelled in customer service, BTL activation, and leadership, successfully handling diverse marketing challenges from luxury brands targeting UHNIs to high-volume product categories. Ms. Sherin Dogra holds an executive postgraduate diploma in global management marketing from the prestigious Indian Institute of Management, Calcutta. Her dynamic personality, passion for marketing, and dedication to solving business challenges truly set her apart. She lives by the motto, dream big, stay focused, and make it happen. May I request Mr. Vansh Chachra, Joint Coordinator, Genesis Club, LBSIM, to kindly welcome Ms. Sherin Dogra with a planter.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in welcoming our distinguished keynote speaker, Ms. Lata Singh, to enlighten us on the theme of this session. Please, ma'am.
Thank you. My height is definitely much taller now. Right. This is the toughest part of post-lunch sessions. I think my co-panelists are going to say, yes, are they really awake or not? So I think it's my job to ensure that all of you are awake. So I'm going to really cover a few of the topics and give a segue to our panel discussion. First of all, thank you for being such a lovely audience, because it's not easy sitting from, 9:30? 9:30 to now, and we say the Gen Z has a short attention span. So you've just proven us wrong, right? All of you have been here, so kudos to you. I had the privilege of listening to the keynote speakers as well as the last panel, and I would say, let me try to summarize a lot of things that I heard and say why they're so critical, right? And then I will get to the segue. I've been given 10 minutes, but I'll try to shorten it to 6 minutes so that you guys have less time. You have shorter time on this session and we can go home, right? But I think a few of the things that all the keynote speakers spoke about was very, very relevant. But the most important of them all was the adoption of Gen AI. And I'm not speaking of Gen AI because I'm with IBM, but it's going to impact every job role that is there out in the market. So I think one of the important aspects for you is whether you're in finance, whether you're in HR, marketing, tech, definitely, Gen AI is here to stay. In fact, technology is going to keep changing very fast. So my suggestion would be, and I saw very less hands raised earlier when do you use Gen AI, I would say whether it is marketing, whether it is HR, whether it is finance, please ensure you at least pick up the basics of Gen AI. Because the generations coming after you are already learning it from the primary schools. You might have learned it from 6th, 7th. Technology was there, but I can definitely say it's in the course material right at the beginning. So you're definitely going to see job seekers coming after you who would be, if possible, one step ahead of you on technology, because they would be, you're called the tech generation, but I can tell you the next one is going to be definitely much, much more advanced in terms of adopting. So focus on that, because we are using Gen AI both from our talent acquisition teams, that's the HR, we use it for finance, we use it for all employees, and therefore it's important that you understand where Gen AI is there, so that is one. Number two was being all of you are going to go and look for jobs, right? You're going to go in, give interviews, and we all spoke about it. There's a very good thing when we were doing an interview and I was a moderator. One of the HR leaders spoke about when they look at people for interviews, right? What do they really see in them? So when you're going for interviews, look at 2 or 3 aspects, right? He gave it a summary. It's aapka. All of you will have knowledge, right? All of you, if you're going for tech interviews, you'll have technical knowledge. If you're going for marketing roles, I'm sure you'll all do your homework enough. But what they really look at, he said, is aapka. What is aapka? Attitude, personality, knowledge, and appearance. So remember to focus on that because it's your attitude, it's your personality that really gets looked at. Technical knowledge organizations will teach. You will always be on a learning path. It is your attitude and your personality and your appearance that will be also looked at. So don't go saying I'm the person who leads, who understands, I'm a topper in my class. It's also about a lot of other qualities that make you really successful in the workplace. The final piece is why, and though there was a very interesting one on privacy that was covered before this, and we talked about data privacy. Remember when you're going into your organizations, could be multinationals, could be startups, or could be anything, all data of employees, all data of clients is data that you need to keep secure, right? And therefore, it's just not your personal data. It is the data that your organization trusts you with also becomes critical and becomes part of your responsibility. So that was the data part of it. Now, why are we really talking about Gen Z, right? All of you, and if we look at Gen Z is still to get into, or some of them have 3 to 4 years of experience in terms of jobs. So you're there, but are you, how much is your spending power would be something that we would all ask. But why is there so much of a focus on Gen Z? Because when we talk about Amrit Kaal of 2047, you guys would already be there with nearly roughly 15 to 20 years of experience, right? So you would be what I would say the peak of your careers. You would be people who would be spending. You would be the people who would be, the economic growth would be with you. Number 2 is, why are we talking about Gen Z? Is because you would be entering the workspace. Now that's a bigger challenge for employers because when we look at Gen Z as consumers, we're also looking at them as employees, right? So it's not just us looking at Gen Z as data for consumers. It's also is what type of skill set, what type of attitude, what behavior patterns that you bring in, and how do we really need to look at the new employees who are coming into our work environment? How do we want to change our processes? How do we want to look at keeping you engaged, keeping your core sensibilities that you have at there? So it's as employees, as consumers, right? And also it's about ensuring that we are meeting you where you're most familiar with. And therefore organizations actually look at the Gen Z data as well. In fact, most organizations are more multi-generational than homes now, right? You have people with 30 plus experience. You have people who are millennials who actually can spend. And then you have Gen Z who are 4 to 5 years experience maybe at the max, right? And that is the Gen Z that we are targeting. Now, I thought, how do we really explain what Gen Z is? And I'm not going to go on the age part, but I looked at some of the Insta posts and I looked at what people themselves describe themselves at, and that's the Gen Z. And they said, one of them said, I don't think our generation is sensitive at all. I think we understand that a lot of what has been normalized while growing up is toxic, humiliating, and traumatizing, and we're choosing not to repeat it, right? Another one said, someone once asked me why I was so worried about the environment, and I just said, I live here. And they looked at me as if that fact had never once occurred to them, right? That is Gen Z for you, right? They're looking at leaving toxicity. They're looking at sustainability. And then there was very, very important one which said Gen Z is not a demographic. It is a psychographic. We challenge institutions, we invest in inclusions, and are extremely individual, right? That's the Gen Z that we are looking at as consumers in the future. Now, when we really look at Gen Z, we talk about they take only 8 seconds, right? That's all the time. They gave me 10 minutes. I'm going to try to finish in 5 minutes because I was told you don't have an attention span. But the most important is Gen Z is reshaping consumer landscape, right? They have distinctive behaviors, they have values, and the total spend as of now is $860 million, $860 billion that they have. But by 2030, that is when you will all be in your job and earning, it's going to be a 12 trillion economy that you guys are going to divide. So why are we focused on Gen Z? Because that's where the money is going to be lying. Now, when I really look at it, I've looked at it as a 5, 5, 5, right? 3 5s that I looked at. And what were those 3 5 is you have 5 core values. The Gen Z has 5 core values that as marketers or as employers we should look at. The 5 core values are you like making money, which is important, right? Is that right? You all need money. How many of you have generational wealth? Not many. So making money is important. Having fun is important. Accomplishing your goals and your dreams is important. Caring for your health and well-being. And the 5th is prioritizing your relationship, right? And that means that the Gen Z wants work-life balance. I know there's been in the news a lot about work-life balance, but you do want a work-life balance. You want to put in time for what you do well as well, and you want to put in work. So you want to achieve what you want to do, but you still want a me time. Gen Z are actually the epitome of digital natives. You were born with the mobile, right? You were born with tech. You were not someone who explained how to switch on an AC or how to switch off an AC or switch on a TV or how do you really get mobile upgrades done, how do you really work on it, how do you Google search. All of this is something that you were born with. You even helped your parents adopt it, and you helped your parents, and you may still be helping them transfer data from one phone to the other depending on how they're upgrading it, right? So you're called the digital natives. So Gen Z is not just changing the game, but you're rewriting it in a very, very different manner. So what are the 5 trends that we look at incorporating in 2025? One is, and you heard me talk about a few Instagram posts. One is you look for authenticity, right? You want that brands must prioritize. Gen Z wants brands to prioritize what is genuine, relatable content to them. They want social media to build up, but they also are very aware, is brand showing authenticity for the case of showing, or is it really authentic? They keep their ears glued to the social media. They know what's happening, right? The dominance of visual content is another part. Do you want visual content? You're born on the visual content piece of it. The more visuals, the better. Less writing, much better, right? So any type of visual content, you leverage platforms like TikTok, Instagram, Snapchat, and I heard the marketing head from InfoEdge talking about not using Snapchat. I have a similar experience. When I got on Snapchat, I didn't have any of my contacts on Snapchat, so I sent a few requests to my daughter, and she asked me, why are you sending to me? I said, I don't have anyone else to send it to, and she said, doesn't it show that you're too old for Snapchat? So, okay, that was her comment, is you're too old to get onto a Snapchat, because if you can't find your own friends and you're sending it to me, that means it's a tool not made, or it's an app not for your age group. And I see a lot of nods, that means your parents must have tried as well, right? The other is integration of artificial intelligence. We talked about data earlier. We talked about using Gen AI. Remember that all the consumers and all the marketeers use artificial intelligence, right? There are various areas that we use artificial intelligence in marketing. Your data is first part that is used. How much of data? So we get to consumer behavior based on that. It is also interesting to look at how artificial intelligence also uses the agents, robots, others that you need, right? But the fact that consumer data is available with us means that we also need to be sensitive that artificial intelligence is something that you're used to, but you may not want it in the ads, right? So while artificial intelligence is there, would you want the AI, you want people, you don't want something created by an artificial intelligence to be the brand that you want to go to. So artificial intelligence can be used, but Gen Z would like to see real people in real situations, right? They would not want artificial intelligence to be portrayed and made into ads. They would want artificial intelligence to be used for building. So if you're a marketer and you join marketing, you will use artificial intelligence because that's the way forward. You can't avoid it. But as a consumer, would you want that? No. Right? So you wouldn't want that. The growth of social commerce is the other trend, right? When we're marketeers, we'd want to look at social commerce. We look at is it's rapidly changing. We know we want to order online. As some say, we order online. We are focused on sustainable, but we understand when Amazon sends us something, it is a lot of carbon footprint also coming in. The packaging is also not sustainable, but we still like the luxury of having things delivered, right? So does Gen Z like delivery coming at the fingertips? Yes, right? But Gen Z also likes to go to the retail to look at the pricing also. So that's a unique one, right? They love to shop online, but they also want to validate some of the commercials also. I think a much smarter Gen Z would be the one that I would say on shopping, right? You don't get fooled in by discounts. You would want to check 10 platforms first. You would want to check 10, you will run a Uber, you will run a Rapido, you will run something else at the same time. So you're running multiple apps at the same time, still able to function, deliver, and get what you want, right? The same works with social platforms. You want mobile-centric campaigns. You don't want old-time campaigns, right? So Gen Z would like mobile-centric campaigns, which means the device is still your maximum usage, but you also have the capacity. The Gen Z has the capacity to filter information very fast. I think the ability to have content, the ability to say, I am focused on this. So while we say while Gen Z doesn't have attention span, they have attention span issues, what we say, I think you're able to focus in, or Gen Z is able to focus into what they really want to listen to. And I think that's a great skill that you've developed, or inherent brain has made it such that you have a lot of information coming to it, but you have filtered it to listen to what you want. And therefore, your ability to listen to the social media, the ability to say what's happening in the world, really defines how you are as consumers as well. You're also a generation where the world has become smaller, right? The Gen Z is in a world where it's smaller. You can hear what's happening. The wars are there. You know about sustainability. You know what's happening in us. So it's become a very small world for you, right? The world has shrunk for Gen Z, and that means much more information and therefore much more sensitivity. What do we really need to do is, keeping these 5 key areas or trends that we read, what do we really focus on when we are marketers? And I'm going to take this as a discussion point, is we're looking at mobile-first content, right? Mobile devices offer everything, later shopping experience to gaming, and we're going to discuss gaming, to brands like Nike actually nailing it. And there are a few others that I can talk about, and I will talk about, is your media consumption is actually based on the social platforms that you visit. And your social shopping, that's the second part. Mobile first, social shopping. You do social shopping. So you look at demographics, but you also look at, we need to really look at, as I mentioned earlier, you're not a homogeneous group. Gen Z is not homogeneous, right? You have to really break it down into actually more, we call it hyper-personalization. So where have we gone from is a personalization that happened in Gen X. Millennials had, I would call, mass, and then it became Gen Z, which was hyper-personalization. And as an example I can give you is when we did banking, we used to go to the bank teller knew us, was personalization to a different level. Then came in is you don't need to enter the bank because we will take care of everything online and you are there. So it is more of a mass, you're a banking customer, you don't need to go to the bank, everything gets done. And then you become hyper-personalized, so we know exactly where you're spending your money. And if you look at HDFC Smart Buy, what does it have? It has data of not just your bank accounts because you're spending, but how you're spending that money in. And that's why when we covered in the earlier part, personalization and data was very important because everyone is getting to the part of consuming that data. You're driven by value. Gen Z is driven by values, all of us know it, whether it is sustainability, whether it is social issues. And one of the brands, and I looked at a number of brands by startups that were there, a few things that they do talk about is social impact that they're doing, right? They're giving, or they have sustainability at the core. So it's not just about how do we figure out our consumers, but also the fact that on their websites, they clearly mention that they're giving to a social cause as well. So the defining values come from that, social values. And then finally, if you really look at it, is you're also looking at social media as a platform. So you're not doing Google search anymore. You're asking questions of TikTok, you're asking questions of Insta, you're maybe moving on Bing, maybe Snapchat. Google is no longer your search engine. It's not a default. Also is user-generated content becomes very important, right? As you look at it, it's all about how are you really using data as a brand to interact with you. So you're looking at personalization from individual consumers. And a few examples that comes to mind is Tinder, right? It broke barriers, and therefore it's very popular. But I don't know how many of you realize there's a startup that has Tinder for fashion. So you can swipe left for any dress that you like or anything that you like. So it's also the creativity that comes in, right? Gamification, you saw that Burger King did during the cricket matches, right? Or you have fashion retails that say, okay, 60 seconds to look at what you can pick up and how would you dress someone else. So it's a lot about making it involved with your consumers. That's where we are, right? The other aspect that we really look at is how are you interacting? Because one of the most important ones that I saw was, how many of you know the Road Beauty products? Oh, 1, 2, right? You got it, right? How did they start? How did Road Beauty start? First started by saying, before even the brand launch happens, and I can maybe give you a synonym with maybe Deepika Padukone's brand, right? First is about talking about how good is the product, how natural it is, so you're creating an authenticity. Then you're saying, how do I want to take it to market, right? And then you're starting your user engagement. That's what Road did, by the way, Road Beauty. They started the authenticity, then they said, oh, the chemicals in it are all good for your skin. Then it came down to partnerships that they did with various brands, right? Which brand should I partner with to get more mileage? It could be something which is nostalgic to Gen Z. It could be something which is additionally as a, not a competition, but a co-opetition that you can partner with. And therefore, Road did all of that, including the user content generation, because they involved people to say, okay, have you tested it? Can you give your feedback? Can you give a video recording? Can you do that? And that is the engagement matrix that consumers need to do, right? And that is what, as marketers, we really look at, is looking at digital, looking at social behavior, but at the core of it, keeping ethics and sustainability at the core, because the Gen Z is very sensitive to what's happening around them. And I would say for a good reason as well, right? We are living in a world where there is war still going on, where the planet is, global warming is at its peak. And therefore, how are you looking at brands that are sustainable, that are building and giving back to society, I would say is one of the key things that every Gen Z looks at. And that is what organizations are also looking at in their employees, right? So when we look at doing talent discussions with colleges and schools, we do talk about how organizations are building the piece of giving back to society, or they already have it. We are giving them the right to be diverse. And that's another important part, is diversity at the core. Nykaa, what did they say? They talked about makeup for different skin colors, right? And right now it's for skin colors. Fashion is for fat, thin, anything. But we're also talking about the LGBTQ as well. And that's where the next piece is, are brands incorporating diversity at multiple levels? Are they bringing in ethnicity at the multiple levels? And are they also looking at what the Gen Z really want to do, which is believing in brand value? And the brand value is not money. The brand value is the ethics that a brand carries, which is true. It's true to itself. It is not done because it is a marketing gimmick, right? And from there, I'm going to give it over to the panel, because it's all about how are we really looking at future of marketing, which is going to be Gen Z, which is, I guess, each one of you sitting here, right? Right. Yeah. Thank you.
Now, we would like to hand over the session to our esteemed moderator, Dr. Rajiv Sirohi, Assistant Professor at LBSIM. Please, sir.
Hello. Okay. Good afternoon to everyone. Welcome to this panel discussion on the topic of Gen Z and the future of marketing. After listening a detailed, in-depth explanation of the panel discussion topic from our keynote address, I am really struggling to define that what are the right way to introduce this topic right now. But because majority of the content from the different dimensions have already been spoken by ma'am, but of course I will say few sentences in order to introduce this topic. So we understand that as a digital natives, Gen Z basically represents a newer generation to grow up entirely in a digital age. These people are hyper-connected, socially conscious, and demand an authentic engagement from the brands, right? And the purchasing decisions of Gen Z is greatly influenced by the values or the factors like, say, diversity, inclusivity, as well as the sustainability. Now here, what we are going to do exactly? We, as a panelist, will try to explore that how this transformative generation is changing the marketing landscape and the strategies the brand must adopt in order to remain relevant in the present context. So this is the issue which we will try to address in the next, say, for 50 or 55 minutes of time, right? So in order to address this topic, I am having, you can say, a panel from the industry. They have the diversified experience in the different domain. I have with me Ms. Sangeeta Mukherjee, Ms. Lata Singh, Mr. Nakul Chaturvedi, and Mrs. Sharon Dogra, right? Now, I view these industry experts as someone who have deep insights about the industrial practices, right? As an academician, we basically bring valuable theoretical perspective, right? But we have partial industrial understanding. So that's why I feel personally that this particular combination basically offers us a unique opportunity to have the dialogues which would be meaningful as well as effective in this particular panel discussion, right? So I will start from the first question from Ms. Sangeeta. Now here what we see that we all are living specifically in the world of uninterrupted technological advances, right? And because of that, I personally feel that reaching to the customer and communicating to the customer is becoming very challenging and complex, right? Because they are getting the information from the different sources, different type of information. So as a marketer, or you can say the marketer basically face challenges as well as opportunities to understand this generation very closely in order to identify and satisfy their needs. So my direct question is this, that according to you, what are the key traits of Gen Z that are unique from the previous generation in the context of marketing or in terms of marketing?
Thank you. I think it's a very vast question to answer.
That's true.
You know.
So we'll start from the vast and we'll narrow down in future.
So I'll say that I think as a brand, we always look at it as an opportunity. And this opportunity is pretty much on digital, wherein you find this generation in and out, right? It's not just the brand. I think people usually misunderstand this generation, and that is why a lot of narrative goes wrong. So people say that this is a privileged generation, but we feel that this generation has a lot of opinion. That is why it is very important for a brand which is targeting this generation, and brands today cannot avoid. They need to be very, very authentic in their communication and in their offerings, right? This generation also believes in experiences, which means we are seeing that how much people are loving concerts. They don't mind spending money on experiences, concerts, going out, reading and using different kind of products, and that is why there is a growth and there is a shift we are seeing in new categories also. So again, that is an opportunity for a brand. To summarize, I feel that brand needs to have very authentic presence on social media. They need to put out content which is very, very relatable, very, very, something that this generation can associate with. I represent Filter Copy. I'm assuming a lot of you watch content on Filter Copy. Are you aware? Okay, great. So how did we change the narrative? How come Filter Copy, was such a go-to destination for Gen Z and millennial? Because we have been used to seeing movies wherein when you see a movie like a Karan Johar produced or directed, you see college students going to the school or college in their Ferrari. But when you come to the digital world and you see something which is put out by TVF or a Filter Copy, you're like, hey, this is what happens at my home. This is what my mother does. This is what happens in my friend circle. So it is a very, very relatable content. And that is why it became very important for brands to be present there, to be able to talk to this audience or talk to this generation in their language. So yeah, that is what I think.
Okay. So Ms. Lata, one of the important characteristics or the trait which you have highlighted at the time of giving the keynote address, that is the sustainability, right? So sustainability is somehow you can say the non-negotiable priority of the Gen Z. And here I just want to say that according to one of the Global Footprint Network report, we as a humanity are currently, you can say, consuming nature 1.7 times then our eco-planet system can regenerate, right? So somehow we are consuming the resources of the future generation right now. So that's why the concern about the sustainability is very relevant from the Gen Z perspective. So here Gen Z basically expect from the companies to genuinely take the environmental responsibility and invest money in the product innovation, right? While maintaining of course, the cost competitiveness. So here, just having this particular context in mind, my question is that how can product innovations basically address the Gen Z's concern for the sustainability while maintaining the cost effectiveness?
Sure, and Nakul told me I took 15 minutes, not 6 minutes, so let me try to be brief and give time to others. Is the fact that sustainability is not just about the product, right? The fact that is it green, is it renewable, right? And what do you do after? Is it reusable is the part? Is it restitchable, refixable are the pieces that are more visible. But as you do product development or as you're into any type of product, are you bringing sustainability at every process? And that becomes more important as an organization. It's not just about the end product being environment friendly, but it's about bringing, and this is a discussion we had at many corporate sections and sessions, is you need to look at every process in the organization and say, can we ensure that there is sustainability thought of at every process to reduce the carbon footprint? And once you're able to do that, you're really looking at sustainability. It's not just looking at the product and saying it's sustainable. That's number one, right? Number two is, from a Gen AI perspective, when we talk about large language model, that's a lot of carbon footprint, right? You're using a lot of servers, you're already that, right? And therefore, we are also now talking about small language models, because you have to really talk about what comes. There is good of technology, and there is also the bad, right? So are you able to really look at how to use the Gen AI in, like you said, pocket-sized, okay? I would say small language models is what we are focused on to ensure that you're bringing it to a very specific need of an enterprise, and therefore reducing the carbon footprint also, because that's the other piece of extreme that we go to, is we all want to use Gen AI, we all want to do large language models, but we don't realize that that is not really building up the sustainability of the earth as well. So I think it's all about looking at it from end to end and not looking at it only from the product that you're consuming, but how the whole piece of it is done from a scratch.
Okay. So Mr. Nakul, as per my information, you're working in the gaming company, right? So I have a question related to it. So we see that the Gen Z basically thrive interacting and engaging experience, right? And they basically show the close, you can say, the affinity towards the gaming as well as the digital platform. So of course the marketer try to use this particular strategy to attract their attention or to capture their attention. So here I just want to know from the practical perspective that how can gaming strategies can be used to capture or retain the attention of the customer, to make them loyal towards the brand?
So, thank you very much for a fantastic question. And it's actually a bang-on question, because using gaming for making engagement, so first of all, engagement is the key. Like ma'am was talking about sustainability. There is a theory which was propelled by Volkswagen, which is called fun theory, and you all can Google it. Volkswagen said that you make the consumer have fun, and they will behave the way you want them. They installed a dustbin with a motion sensor and a sound device. And if you throw any garbage into the dustbin, it will make a sound like, it is like a 3-foot dustbin, a very normal dustbin in a Central Park kind of an area. And it will make a sound like, for about 2 minutes, now people are, they have curiosity. Now you have engaged them. Now this burger is thinking, is there a tunnel, beneath of this dustbin? The people are picking up the dustbin. And they are, by all means, nobody asking them. It's not like a school that, students, you have to clean the ground because you are the one who loitered around. They are picking up the garbage which they didn't throw, and they are just throwing it into the dustbin to see how this is happening. So you are engaging it. Now, keeping it really short, gamification is something which not just the gaming companies, other brands which have no relation with gaming are using to engage customers. Netflix is the most exposed example, but I'll tell you there is one brand which I cannot recall the name of. It's a European company, milk company. And the problem statement was, toddlers are not drinking milk because it's not tasty. And they created a game out of it. Slightly older than toddlers, 4-year, 5-year, whatever. And you can play that game, and that is like a Mario, but with milk baskets and all. If you win, you get to drink milk. They made drinking milk aspirational through gaming. Now there are startups which are funded like GameStop, who are sending gamification to companies like Times of India to engage their customers. And gaming is not just, playing something or killing somebody. Airtel did a fantastic thing. There is a thing called DAO and there is a thing called MAU. DAO is a daily active user and MAU is a monthly active user. For an app platform to become an ad tech, you have to have high numbers of DAOs and MAUs. Wink as a platform was not doing so great for Airtel. They have recently shut it down as well. They made Hello Tunes, which was sitting duck for longest period ever, not generating any revenue. They just made it free. And now you will find every person of a category who has more time and less money with him, as the TG description, will have a sad romantic Hello Tune. You call him and he'll say, "Tune tode aaj mera dil." Something like that. And now that becomes like a TG distribution. I was working with an edtech and I was like, my TG, 90% has sad romantic Hello Tunes. So Wink is the platform I advertise on. So that is also gamification. Durex, for example, they wanted to talk about protecting sex. They put a fortune teller machine in front of all the pubs. Like when we used to, I don't know how many of you have boarded a train, but long back there used to be like a weighing machine with light bulbs and all and a spin wheel kind of a thing. And you put a 2 rupee coin and your weight will come out. So just like that, you stand in front of that. It's a crystal ball, and that will tell you something. Okay, you are tall, dark, handsome. You are about to crack a promotion at office, and blah 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 blah. You also have a chance of getting late tonight. So use Durex. This is gamification at a context which is a pub where you kind of hook up, and therefore it sells. So gamification is the key to go about.
Okay. Miss Sharin Doga, I have a question because you're working, I think, in Bharti Real Estate. So, madam, here this question has a little bit different perspective. Say, if we talk about the traditional industry often rooted in, you can say, the legacy practices as well as the long-standing core brand identity, right? And these type of industry always face challenge to include or to incorporate the Gen Z's preferences, right? Because that somehow demands some sort of modern approach. So here my question is that you can say that what type of hurdles do traditional industry face, right, in order to include or incorporate the Gen Z preferences and how this particular problem can be overcome?
Sure. Nakul, you have woken up the audience with your piece. Thank you. I know. I'm very glad to speak after Nakul because he's kind of literally had the people out there. So very interesting question. Let me put it this way. Real estate is a very traditional industry. I think all of you know the other traditional industry I would name is automobile. You can't order a home or an office on the click of a button. Similarly, booking, sure, but you may not be willing to order a car sitting at home on the click of a button. So clearly, automobile and real estate are a very, very immersive industry, traditional industries, and omnipotent, as I call it, and very cosmopolitan. So, and these are the necessary evils. You can't survive without a house, you can't survive without a car, you can't survive without an office space. Now, Gen Z, we have to understand that Gen Z don't necessarily play the role of a user only. They play a role of an influencer in many cases. So say all of these people who have their parents buying a house, I'm sure family discussions happening around, okay, what kind of a house do we buy? Or say, their siblings or their parents going to an office and somebody's father going to a very cool office space like Worldmark maybe, feels very proud, oh, such a cool place to go. And somebody who might be just going to, I don't know, whatever gullies of the Delhi, might just be wondering, okay, my father has a tough time going to office. So we have our own perceptions and beliefs, which are because we are observant as Gen Z, and we are seeing the consumption of those traditional sort of industry products in our home, within our family. So when all of these people are the ones who we think about as marketeers, we always think of just going beyond the traditional realm of marketing, which is your 4 Ps, 7 Ps of marketing, BCG matrix, because they no longer apply in the most conventional manner anymore. I think the boundaries are bleaking, the boundaries are thinning, and we marketeers are always on the edge to grab the attention. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people will agree that grabbing attention also has a very different connotation. We all have seen Nykaa and Zepto's recent ads, and I don't know whether grabbing attention is that same meaning I want to convey. But grabbing attention means that putting out the relevant context in picture. So hypothetically, I represent commercial real estate from Bharti Real Estate, and my brand is Worldmark. And hypothetically, I have to create a brand campaign. I am going to have all the pluses which are going to attract attention for not only them as a user, but them as influencer also, to their parents, to their siblings, et cetera, et cetera. And that is where we kind of work it around our campaigns in that manner.
So here, Ms. Sangeeta, I have another question for you. So we all understand that the Gen Z spend a significant amount of time on social media platform, right? And here, according to one of the finding of the survey I was reading in the newspaper, which says that the people trust more on the information published on the newspaper rather than social media platform, right? Because, and in that case, I'm just trying to understand that how you can say the social media, how the brand should use the social media marketing or influencer marketing to attract or to influence the Gen Z, especially when they have, you can say, they consider trust as a significant element for building the relationship, right? Because this is a little bit conflicting.
So, a lot of brands, I mean, we have been seeing brands having brand ambassadors for the longest time, right? But one of the biggest aspect here is that the moment you see Alia Bhatt endorsing a skincare product, immediately it rings a bell in our mind that, hey, she's probably not using this brand. She's there because she's been given a certain fee to endorse a certain brand, right? Word of mouth, which is primarily the core of influencer marketing, had always been there. It's just that now it is on social media, right? You go to any mother, so she would always ask a fellow mother that what are you giving your child as a supplement? And she would trust that fellow mother more than she would trust anything that she would see on a newspaper or a TV, right? Similarly, this group here, my assumption is that they're also following a set of influencers or KOLs on social media, correct? If I'm not wrong. A lot of you are following travel influencers, lifestyle influencers, gaming influencers, edtech influencers, fintech influencers, right? What happens that they have a very captive audience, they have a very small base of followers, but this is the follower which resonate with their content. And at that point in time, when they are using a brand and they are talking about a brand, they're advocating for that brand, that has a more impact on them than any Bollywood celebrity endorsing it on a hoarding or on a TV channel, right? So how brands can use it, we always tell our brands that please have brand friends. Please try to build communities, like what probably Red Bull has done. So that is when you build community and when you work with a brand friend, I'm calling these influencers brand friends, then they become your advocates, and then it is looking very authentic, it is looking very relatable, and it is out there. So that's my answer.
So Ms. Lata, you have been working in the technology company, right? So this is very appropriate question for you. What I see that the Gen Z preferences somehow towards the e-commerce platform is also a little bit different, right? They are changing the landscape of even the e-commerce also, right? Earlier we were talking about e-commerce. Now in the last few months or few years, we have seen the significant exponential growth of quick commerce, right? It's happening in the market. So here Gen Z as a customer basically expect somehow, you can say, intuitive, seamless and personalized shopping experience on e-commerce platform, right? And of course, the companies are using different advanced technology, AI, ML, all these things. So my question is that how can e-commerce platform use all these emerging technologies, AI, ML, in order to deliver more personalized experience to the Gen Z?
Yeah, the interesting part is all of them are actually using heavy data analytics already.
So here we are interested to understand some practical insight about it.
If you
might be
really
unfamiliar.
look at whether it is Amazon, whether it is any of the other Myntra or any of the others, you will obviously see is what were your last few purchases. You will also see what is most likely that you may like as well. Similar happens, actually, if you log into any of the websites of any of the brands also and you're a regular shopper, or even on Insta when you go, you click on one. For me, if I look at it, I love saris. The moment I look at two, I get 3 more inputs saying you may like this as well, right? What is that? You look at one, you decide you want to go for one specific skin brand, and then you will have 5 others coming to you as suggestions that this may be of interest to you. That is all the data analytics that the platforms are using underneath to see your preferences, your likes, your actual visit to multiple sites, and all that's gone using data analytics. Now the next part that comes to it is the intelligence that's given from an AI perspective to say, okay, what more can we do with this data, right? So it's collecting data not just of your recent buys, but what you have bought in the past, what maybe are also you have gifted to others, because that's the other option that you use in e-commerce is you send gifts to your families and friends. And therefore, there's a larger circle of intelligence that comes in to say, okay, what is your trend of gifting to what is your trend of receiving, what type of gifts are you giving, is all taken in, including the cost, right? What is your bracket that you can spend on certain things, right? So now you're getting inputs as an e-commerce platform multiple areas, right? And that allows you to say what more can we look at and what is the additional recommendation? Two is as an e-commerce platform, what more can I put on my platform that would be of interest to this consumer or this set of consumer base as well? And that is where that intelligence comes in to say, okay, what more? The other is obviously when you are looking at requests to return others, what they're also deploying is agents or bots, right? Agents or bots now from an AI perspective, digital bots, right? So you have digital workers now and you have real workers. For basic work, digital workers are coming in. So now you don't know whether when you're talking, are you talking to a digital worker or you're talking to a real person? Second, if you've noticed is when you order something and you leave it in the cart, someone like me does that when I say, okay, too much shopping done, but the temptation to shop is there, I will go and still put some things in the cart, but I will not order, saying, I'm not going to order it. What will happen? Your WhatsApp will get a message saying, oh, you left something in the cart, are you sure you don't want to buy it, right? So all of that information is actually being used using data AI, using workflows, using a lot of LLMs engines that are there, and also a lot of it is using digital players or digital bots to ensure that they're reducing. Automating tasks has become what is the AI part. The critical work is now being done by humans. So as we are looking at the entire e-commerce platform, a lot of the work that is standard, that does not need personalization to the extent of having an individual use their brain, it's an automated work, is being used by as a digital bot. The remaining is going to obviously individuals, and that's where we come in saying we need people who are looking beyond just doing general jobs to looking at high-end jobs, and that's what the e-commerce platforms are doing, right? They're also looking at sustainability solutions, which I already spoke about, because it is a lot of carbon footprint to keep delivering also. So they're looking at optimizing routes as well of delivery. And I think that is an important part that all e-commerce platforms need to really spend time to say how much of carbon footprint we are burning as we are delivering, doing the door-to-door delivery, or we're doing same day, same time, multiple deliveries to the same house, which often happen. I think that's the intelligence we need to, the e-commerce companies need to bring in. If you're ordering, your daughter is ordering, your brother is ordering and someone else, can we look at combining all those orders and bringing it in one day rather than giving 5 deliveries? And therefore, I know there is a cost of the delivery boy and his salary at stake, but it's also a lot of carbon footprint that gets done. So a route optimization and the usage of that would be an area that I think the e-commerce commerce companies would focus on.
Okay, when I was just listening the keynote address, of course, Madam has highlighted two important traits of Gen Z, that is diversity and inclusivity. And at the same point of time, I recall that one of our faculty colleague, Dr. Mansi Gupta, has recently published a paper on the same research in one of the reputed journal of A category journal, and somehow the title was that the role of diversity and inclusion on consumer behavior in hospitality sector. So it means this particular topic is very relevant and contemporary, right? So here I just want to understand that this is true that the Gen Z expects brands to reflect and you can say the diversity in the world. That's true. But demonstrating these type of principles, these type of values in the marketing principle is difficult, because it is happening at the surface level. So here I'm trying to understand that how can brands incorporate these type of, you can say, values which looks these Gen Z to authentic and resonate with them. You can also add, if first of all he will try, then you can add.
So great question again, and a lot of strategic work goes behind this to imbibe a value, and there are frameworks defined by psychologists. There is a psychologist called Carl Jung. He has defined brand archetypes, which are the personalities of human beings, which brand tend to imbibe within themselves and behave like that. And they define attributes like if this brand would have been a person, what would have been his goal, his desire, his fear, his strategy, his skills. And then you create a pen portrait of that brand. Now, just to tell you some examples. Hansa, Mama Earth, they wanted to talk about the cleanliness or the purity of the ingredients that they use to create whatever product they create. Himalaya by Tata is in the same zone. Dove is also in the same zone. They took a CSR route, which is demonstration, goodness inside. Why? Because what you buy from us, it does not become my revenue. I plant a tree. With every one product that I sell, I have planted an equal number of trees. And there are many such examples. The IKEA is a brand which is about, in terms of communication, it's wittiness, it's quirky. Fast Track has always been quirky. But at the same time, IKEA created a masterpiece by demonstrating, sustainability in terms of making die cuts in their packaging, which could be transformed into a table or a bookshelf. Usually if you order a sofa, it comes in a cardboard. You throw that cardboard out. But then here you can make a bookshelf or a dollhouse out of that packaging, which was a piece of waste. So when you talk about inclusivity, I would say Gen Z is the most disloyal breed of customers. You can't influence them. You can't. And for you to change a brand which you have been using, you are a logical person. There has to be either a pain, which is, something that brand is not able to solve, or there is a gain which is missing in the current brand and being offered by someone else. These guys are, let's try something new. I mean, because somebody has, so they have no strings attached. They are the pragmatic ones. And I'll tell you the reason for them. When we were, when we were growing up, the choices we had was just 2 or 3. 10 रुपए की chocolate खा लो या 10 रुपए का uncle chips. That's about it. क्योंकि घर में तो समोसे रखे हैं. Now they have 10 choices. But problem ये है कि time तो उतना ही है. Time तो 24 hours ही है. Right? And they have chosen one. मैंने चॉकलेट खरीदी, मैं आधे घंटे तक उसे एंजॉय कर सकता हूँ और उसके बाद के आधे घंटे तक मैं उसका आफ्टर टेस्ट एंजॉय कर सकता हूँ. Before even finishing what they chose, they start FOMO behavior for the 9 they did not choose. And there is a very precise fact, by 2030, the biggest epidemic on planet Earth would be anxiety and depression. Because of this FOMO, there is an excess of everything is bad. There is everybody's talking about, I have been into Meta and YouTube workshops, the attention span, the point where you introduce your brand's logo from 30 seconds to 10 seconds to 8 seconds to 5 seconds, it's now 2 seconds. And introducing your logo is not putting it on the right top corner. They don't see there. Nobody sees there because there's so much of clutter. Everywhere there is ad, there is so much of noise. You really have to first slap the person to get his attention, or peck on the cheek to get his attention, and then talk about your product. So they are disloyal because they have so much of attention, they have so much of choices, and they just want to keep on changing. Now to keep them loyal, you have to give them a promise of a bigger thing. You ride bullet because it is about not caring about anyone, being on your own journey, defining yourself. You do this and you are a part of a bigger group, a bigger cult. They will buy into the promise or a dream that you will show them, for which can be or cannot be or would not be, achieved 5 years, 10 years down the line. But now they are doing 10 things. So for brands to actually display, you don't have to talk about product to them. You have to talk about a bigger promise. And that promise needs to keep evolving every 3 years down the line. But at the same time, you need to, so in advertising or marketing, we talk about 3 things. One is value. The other is accessibility. And And the third is differentiation. Value is क्या मिल रहा है कितने में. Accessibility is उसको लेने में what is the problem that I'm going to have, the steps that I'm going to take, the journey that I need to imbibe on. And then differentiation is how it is different from the other offerings in the market. It's no more about that. It's about what is the exclusive value this brand gives to me. Why me? Why not my sibling or my friend? Why me? There is a shampoo called Ravel. It comes Ravel for Nakul. It comes with that pack. Your name is written on the Snickers, Latsa, Princess. They removed the product name and printed onto the wrapper of the product. Yeah? In terms of accessibility, how is this accessibility? Instant. That is why those 10 minutes, 30 minutes is passing now, 10 minutes. It's going to be instant. You think of it and I'm going to deliver. Blink of an eye. And differentiation is how this differentiation is for me. Now you don't tell, you don't inform your customer, you conversate with them. That is why engagement has become like really important. I'll do a very quick, social experiment. How many of the people here, and by show of hands, know of, have used, in terms of apps, IGL? So you know of, you haven't used. Digi Yatra, Snapchat, Bumble, Be Real. So this lot is the real Gen Z. While social media is about posting your best foot forward, मैं Singapore गया या मैं Switzerland गया, Be Real is you initiate a moment with your close circuit of friends and you have to click your picture. In that moment, what you're actually doing, no makeup, no shit. If you are in a washroom, you click your picture there. That's what Be Real is about. Be real. Social media का ये सब हटाओ. I guess I have answered your question.
Okay, sir. Okay. So here, my last question to you, ma'am, and after that we will open this particular session for question and answers, Q&A session. So, of course, in the marketing, we all understand. We say that this is very, very conceptual, that the twofold goal of the marketing is to attract the attention of the customer by offering superior value and to retain them by delivering satisfaction. So here about the loyalty, here Mr. Nakul has spoken that. Now here I just want to add, I want to understand from your perspective that what more, is it possible to think some more actionable steps, right, which could be taken by the marketer to somehow to ensure the loyalty from this generation? Is it possible?
So for all what we have gathered from the past, I think 40, 50 minutes, we have had a few keywords. First is authenticity. To be authentic and to create a very authentic communication, a marketer has to ensure that whatever you are communicating and whatever platform you use, first of all, we all have acknowledged that digital platforms are the ones where we are taking our products out to meet this clientele. But whatever platform we choose, it is the most authentic, simple communication which cuts the ice. It does not need very, very complicated marketing jargons and brand stories to really capture their attention. Very simple, very relatable content, very specific content cuts it. Today, if you see LinkedIn, there was a time when LinkedIn was very boring. But today you can spend hours on LinkedIn because even on LinkedIn, the brands have acknowledged that their corporate stories and the product stories both are having very, very strong narrative right there on LinkedIn despite it being a B2B platform, more specifically. And that's the beauty of today's communication, that when you define any story, it has to be relatable in that 1 single second, maximum 2. That's the attention span we get. So the second thing we got was that they have very, very less attention. So in that very simple 3 seconds to 5 seconds, what is it that you can do to be able to inspire them? And what they're looking at is, if they emulate you, they talk about you, either they become an influencer or the user, you've done your job. But if you've not been able to inspire them, then no matter what you tell and no matter what you say, it is not going to make any difference. We touched upon very beautiful thing about social diversity, inclusivity, and environmental concerns picked up by this Gen Z. One of the things, and I'm talking from a very brick and mortar industry, construction industry constitutes for about 30% of the global emissions. We take that cognizance. But when we talk to this Gen Z audience, one of the things we have acknowledged is that we have to be a responsible corporate. So on platforms where we choose to tell our stories, we as Bharti Real Estate will have to be showing ourselves as a responsible corporate by actually continuously communicating what are we doing to protect the environment, what is it that we are doing to give back to the society, how is our governance following the principles of gender equality, inclusion, what are we doing even in construction sector? Are our buildings handicap friendly? Are the websites we are using handicap friendly? So we have got handicap tools on our websites to make sure everybody is included to consume that communication. So I think a lot of attention is going in that side to be able to put them as actionables, to be able to put your marketing tools, marketing communication, but more importantly, your narrative, to be able to communicate better with them.
I want to add something here. So when we are talking about brand loyalty, if I have understood the question correct, I think it's good to be spoiled for choices, because it is also helping the category grow. How many of us have been using Swiggy, Zomato, Blinkit, because it did not exist. Today, while Swiggy and Zomato is fighting for the market share, but this category, it's a new category which has been introduced. These are new habits which have been inculcated. I'm not getting into good or bad, but I'm just saying I think it is good for the economy in general because we have new habits, we have new brands, we have new categories which are opening up.
Just more challenges for the marketeers to keep the customer rolling.
That's true. That's true.
But I think it's the most missed app that when people go outside India. By the way, all my friends' kids miss all of it. By the way, so
yeah.
The UPI, the instant delivery. I think those are things that they realize that they're not used to handling cash anymore.
Right. So okay. So now the floor is open for Q&A. So the person who is interested to ask any question from any of the panelists, please raise your hand, and then he will get the chance to speak.
Delta Corp is the organization that bought this game. Adda 52 was actually built back in 2013 by two IITians, and the company was called Gusai Networks. In 2018, 17-18, Delta Corp, which is basically a hospitality and a real estate organization, but also they own a casino which is called Deltin. Mostly infamous for that. And they bought this because Deltin is offline poker, rummy, all of that, and Delta Tech Gaming, which is Adda 52, is online.
Okay.
My Delta Tech Gaming is a sister concern of Delta Corp.
Okay. So do you know how they reach out to their customers? How do they get that kind of a person, to attract them to their property for gambling? I think that's not actually legal, I guess.
I didn't get your question.
How do they attract legal gamblers? Because most Indians do not know actually gambling is
Attract legal gamblers.
Yes.
So the Delta Corp bit?
Yes, sir.
They don't have to. Gamblers find a way. They're gamblers. This category, your cigarettes, alcohol, this is called the sin sector. We are taxed heavily because even after the restrictions, and we are advertising with a mandatory statutory warning that this game may be habit forming and it financially risky. They still come and play. And I'll tell you what, there are guys who are losing lakhs and lakhs of rupees overnight. And our customer care is calling them and telling them, boss, and I'll give you one anecdote. And there was this player who was playing on Adda 52, Pokerbazi, Jungli Poker. All the three online top three platforms and he was losing 10 lakhs somewhere in the same night. 10 lakhs, 15 lakhs, 17 lakhs. And he did this in a row. And we called him and saying that, boss, tumko nahi aata hai. This is a game of skill. So to the government, we communicate that it's a game of skill because there are poker players who are like professional poker players. Even if you have a bad hand, what is poker face? It's bluffing with confidence. Even if bad hands, people can win. Yeah, so we are projecting to the government that it's a game of skill, it's not luck. Ki jo patta aa gaya, wohi ho gaya. And it hardly is actually. Patta kisi ka acha hota hai, jeetta koi hai, at least 60% of the times. It is about the strategy and the moves, the raise, the fold and everything. And this guy was just playing like crazy and the user ID was Varun G. Varun and just G. And we were all, so amongst the three organizations, people were talking to each other that this is some Bollywood person who probably have gotten offered a role of a gambler and he's just getting a whiff of it. But he lost on all three platforms for 7 days straight and then vanished. So we don't have to lure gamblers. We have to lure people who have a pretense to be gambler, who play poker for the lifestyle of it. I only have 2% of people who are playing more than 20 lakh a month, 20 lakh in a month, but mostly that would be in 3-4 days. That is the time they have some celebration happening. They are pro player. They come, they play, they start with 5 lakh rupees. My 60% audience are the one who play with 2,000, 1,000, 2,000 types. I only advertise for them because they are not yet reached to a level that, okay, I have to play poker even without advertising or whatever. Now I'm into the product category. So I only advertise people who are not really, try to attract people who are not poker players. The poker players are already hooked.
I have a friend whose son did an MBA and the husband was a CEO and the son actually did not know what to do, got into poker playing. And finally, he was such a great one that they took him for testing the new games and he made a lot of money on that. So he was not the poker player, he was the poker tester. And he found an alternate career in spite of doing an MBA, made lots of money and is making money. So it all depends on which side of the table you are in. Do you want to be a tester or do you want to be a player?
And this is a fact. I know a lot of such people within our organization as an associated and some other organization. And there is a term that coined out of that phenomena. It is called gamepreneurs. Gamepreneurs, like entrepreneurs, it's gamepreneurs. They are earning money off gaming.
Ethical hackers, right? You love hacking, get into ethical hacking. That's a career roadmap. So I think it's...
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, so I think your question has been answered. Anyone else? Or
Can I just add one piece of diversity while we talk about gender diversity, we talk about ethnicity. I think one more important part is the one people with disabilities, and you touched upon it, is infrastructure, available, and that's for people with locomotory or, visual physical handicaps or visual challenges. But I think it's important to also know that there are other challenges people may have, which is neurodiversity. And I think organizations also, when you look at organizations that you're getting hired to or you're consuming, is how flexible are they in terms of opening employability to people with diverse abilities, the word that we use at IBM, nothing else. But the fact that there's a lot of software development and product development that happens, keeping in mind the use by people with diverse ability also. So I think those are things that the Gen Z is very sensitive about, and that's why I said it's not a homogeneous mass. It looks at diversity with multiple handles. And one of them is definitely a PWDA, and how does it not become a CSR, but becomes a business engagement?
Hello everyone. Thank you for the insights that we just got. My question is to Nakul sir, and every other member could also add to it. The way you said that we previous generations had 2 options and now we have 10, and we also start, getting the FOMO of the 9 options that we have left rather than enjoying the one we have got. So our generation is also called the anxious generation. I've read about a book on the same context. So, and Steve Jobs also said this, that the customer does not know what he wants. So he simplified every product into just one thing, like Mac was the slimmest laptop out there. That's it, no other tagline to it. So companies are also working on simplifying their offerings, or is it just about catering to every niche and creating options? What is the strategy that is being adopted at this point? Is simplifying or going further deeper into each niche?
So, what's your name?
Parth.
Parth. Fantastic question, Parth. I would like to answer in a very traditional manner. You know, the hardcore marketing is not about digital. It's not about platform. It's not about media. It's about consumer behavior. And I will give you one very simple example. There is a sneaker brand who created a story, Facebook story. And the whole story piece was 3 sneaker brand photos and some text. Now, can you tell me, do you know what a CTA is? CTA is the thing which we use, which is called call to action, which means what is the action we want the consumer to take after seeing the ad. When you see a story from any brand, Republic, India, Adidas, Nike, Myntra, what is the action you think a brand wants you to take? Is to
engage and buy from it eventually.
Yeah, correct. So, and in order to do that, what you have to do?
Mostly just click a button.
Yes, correct. So story you have to like swipe up. Like right. I follow a page जिसकी story mostly मेरे को आती है Monica Bellucci, and it has a button called swipe up. And how you use your phone? You use your thumb to do that, right? This is how you surf reels. Next, 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 right? It's a right hand thing. Correct? So that brand draw a hair, a piece of hair on their creative. Now somebody watching that story of Instagram thinks that it's a hair, if my hair is fallen on my phone screen, and he would scroll it up. And it actually, he will land on the website of that brand. It's fantastic. Now when you say are companies trying to simplify or not, you know, there is a thing called derived benefit, and then people usually, companies which are primarily not that smart, they try to sell product. Like Vivo, 32 megapixel. तो मैं क्या करूं? Good for you. iPhone, shot on iPhone. Now this is a feeling. India as a country is any which way not a pragmatic country. We are emotional. प्रसून जोशी, उसको गाड़ी दे दो, बिस्किट दे दो, कुछ भी दे दो, वो गाना लिख देता है. उसने शेवरोले के लिए गाना लिख दिया. So you just strike an emotional chord and we will buy it. And when you ask us why you bought it, then I'll tell you, I checked 3 brands and the price was better. I am a value for money guy. I don't believe in showing off bullshit. The first thing we do after waking up is show off. At least the north part of India does it. Yeah, not the Bombay people. They are like really laid back, and laid back in the sense for showing off. For work, they are very ethical and on the top of it. But the north part is very show off in terms of at least India. So as a brand, simplicity is when you're talking about marketing communication, when you talk about a product claim or a claim of tenuity, 20 years say, उसका मतलब what am I supposed to do? तुम 20 साल से हो, तुम एक चीज बोल रहे हो जिसका मीनिंग मैं निकालूं. मैं पैसे भी दूं तुम्हारा प्रोडक्ट खरीदने के लिए और मैं तुम्हारी कम्युनिकेशन का सॉल्व भी करूं. That is not how it should work. Shot on iPhone works. Apple never says Steve Jobs, created by Steve Jobs. दुनिया तो फॉलो कर रही है ना स्टीव जॉब्स को, बिक जाएगा, अब तो वो कुछ नया ला भी नहीं पा रहे. But what they do is they figure out what you want. You want your photos to be liked because that is what you're posting of the internet. Shot on iPhone is a feeling that they are selling. Starbucks is selling a feeling. Like somebody said experience. Experience is a feeling. We are in the business of, marketing is all about talking about simplicity, obviously, because less attention span. We will not calculate 32 megapixel, 1 megapixel में 400 dot into 32 is equal to 400. I will not do that. मैं तो मैथ्स पे नंबर भी नहीं आए थे. तो I will not do that. आप 32 मेगापिक्सल मुझे समझ ही नहीं, आपने इतना बड़ा सा ब्लू बोर्ड लगाया, उसमें लाइन से पूरे सड़क पे लिख दिया 32 मेगापिक्सल. Half of the people will not know what megapixel stand for. आपकी लिपस्टिक का शेड ज्यादा लाल दिखेगा, लिखना was better than 32 megapixel. So, I hope I have answered your question.
Okay. Okay, so now we are running short of time, so we will try to close here. First of all, here I want to thank our panelists for giving this enlightenment on this particular topic of Gen Z and the future of marketing. So it's clear before all of us that Gen Z is somehow changing the marketing landscape, right? Based on the key traits which we have talked about. And of course, here the marketers or the brands need to value all these traits. They must adopt technology, right? If they want to win in this evolving marketplace, right? So they need to consider all these things. And of course, as we understand that the essence of the marketing is identifying and satisfying the needs. So here, Gen Z is somehow offering the opportunity to go beyond the traditional norms of marketing and think in little bit different perspective in terms of strategies, right, in order to satisfy them. So I again want to thank all these panelists, and I want to thank all the audience for showing high degree of involvement. And here I'll conclude that by saying that let's learn, explore, and innovate, because this is the way to grow in the life, and these type of discussions should be continued in future in order to improvise our understanding and to bridge the gap between industry and the academics. Thank you so much.
We would like to thank you all for your active participation in today's session. We hope you found the insights shared today both informative and inspiring. Remember, marketing success is a journey of constant evolution. By continuously learning, adapting, and implementing innovative strategies, you can propel your brand to new heights. We encourage you to keep exploring and implementing these principles to secure a prosperous future. May I now invite Dr. Samant Shantpriya to present a memento to our esteemed panelist, Ms. Lata Singh, as a token of our gratitude. Thank you. May I now invite Dr. Manu Kohli to present a memento to our esteemed panelist, Mr. Nakul Chaturvedi, as a token of our gratitude. Thank you. May I now invite Dr. Ekta Singhal to present a memento to our esteemed panelist, Ms. Sangeeta Mukherjee, as a token of our gratitude. Thank you. May I now invite Dr. Rajiv Sirohi to present a memento to our esteemed panelist, Ms. Sherin Dogra, as a token of our gratitude.
I now request all the panelists to kindly pose for a group photograph. I request all the dignitaries to please proceed for tea. We humbly request others to remain seated until the dignitaries leave the hall.